Prayers.
Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and the parliament for the welfare of society, good of all humans' lives upon it, and the just government of its people, we beseech you to look with your abundant favor upon us, your servants, whom you have entrusted with the performance of such important trust in this community. Let your blessings descend upon us, your assembly, and grant that we may treat and consider all matters that shall come under our attention and deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and the glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of this region and of those whose interests you have committed to us. Amen.
Order number 1, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, good afternoon. Our commission had a meeting was it Monday morning, and we discussed DRC members' situation. And we had agreed, because our view, their views were different, we agreed that I had to go and consult legal and other stakeholders. I consulted the legal team of DAC and other stakeholders regarding the facilitation of members during this budget plenary. I have been advised that we have to facilitate those who have logged in and attended this main budget plenary. Second, this morning, it was around 12, I went to see our colleague and friend, Honorable Bahati. He is stable. He is very stable. And to get updated, I give the floor to Honorable Sankok, maybe to inform you more. 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And it is true indeed, you are today at Alex Bahati apartment, because so far Alex Bahati have been discharged from hospital. He's doing excellent. Brain scans were taken and other assessments were done. They have no other problem. He's quite very stable and very strong. In fact, today we played a little bit of darts with him. And we thank the Honorable Speaker for visiting him and encouraging him. And I want to take this opportunity to appreciate you, honorable members, for your swift reaction when we had a problem with Honorable Bahati. I want to single out specifically people like Karobia, Honorable Ali Machano, and Kim Guy for the swift action that they took to save our colleague. I want also to thank Gladness. Gladness actually received some anointment from God. And he actually prayed both in Swahili, in English, and in tongues. I'm telling you, the prayers worked miracle. The following day, I even told her that I don't feel very good in my hand. And now I see my hand is okay. I think she prayed somewhere else. So I want to thank you all colleagues for being there with us and to single out our speaker. Honorable Speaker, we don't take that one for granted. For you to put your time out of your busy schedule to come up to the apartment, for you to be calling me after every 2 hours of the development of Mr. Bahati, Honorable Bahati. We don't take it for granted. We say thank you. We may not have flowers as person with disability to give you, or gold, or any present, but we have a basket full of prayers for you and your families. Thank you so much. And honorable colleagues, when we insist on having personal aids being paid by EAC, we are not asking for luxury. If, for instance, Honorable Bahati was alone like all of us, and he fell on his room while he was alone, you'll know what will have happened. We need our aids, not necessarily to be able to lift us, but for them to raise the alarm for people to come and assist us. In that breath, I want to urge our Secretary General and the Chair of the Council of Ministers that in Eala 3, persons with disability aids were being paid by the community. For us in Eala 4 and Eala 5, our aids are not being facilitated. We are not asking that for luxury. If, God forbid, Honorable Alex Bahati was alone, we will be talking of another story. But thank God, all of you are here and you reacted.
Information, Mr. Speaker. Information.
So thank you so much, Honorable.
Information.
Information 2.
Yes, to Honorable Sankok. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, while debating on the floor, Honorable Kim Gai wrote, proposed to the council that, and the Secretary General, that the premises should be having a facility of an ambulance. And also the other information, so that maybe the council would like to pronounce on that matter, because we had to devise means of transporting Honorable Bahati to the hospital. But the other issue, Honorable Speaker, is we received information from the Office of the Secretary General that the disability of persons with disability policy has already been concluded, and it's in the final stages. And that is something we were pushing for in the past 9 years or so. So if we could get more information on that through Honorable Sankok submission, so that we know where we are with the issue of personal with disability policy, so that we can start using it for the benefit of these people who are disadvantaged. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I take the information positively, and I think the Council of Ministers Chair will be able to answer, and the Secretary General. Otherwise, honorable members, we say thank you on behalf of all persons with disability in East Africa, those whose clothes were soiled by Bahati blood, because the blood was coming from the tank. He had beaten his tank. We say thank you. You actually took us not as your colleague, but as brother. You saved the life of Honorable Bahati. May God bless all of you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Sankok. Let's proceed. We can proceed. Recognition. Oh yes, we have guests here at the gallery. We have Mrs. Beatrice Giria, who is a staff from Parliament of Uganda, and she is here on attachment program. She can stand for recognition. And we have a long list of interns who are with the EAC Court of Justice. And we have Dr. Maurice Adjwang Awor, who is the Dean of Students. And he came with Barbara Ngendo Njoroge, Brandy Girono, Caleb Kiptalam Koros, Cindy Were, Dibra Siowai Mutua, Faith Muchinji, Kipto Nicole Giro, Marion Barasa, Sharon Ganga, Stacy Kipruto, and Philip Tom Mboya. Tom Mboya is from Kenya. Are you a son to the late Tom Mboya? Maybe from the family, right? Oh. So we can proceed.
Procedure, Honorable Speaker.
Procedure. Okay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to raise a procedural issue on a matter that was prosecuted here yesterday, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Parliament is a house of rules, is a house of procedure, and is a house of tradition. Honorable Speaker, yesterday we processed a very important document, the supplementary 2023, where we did the second reading, committee of the whole house, and the third reading. Honorable Speaker, when the House retreated to committee of the whole house, the chair of the general committee, the general purpose committee, my good friend, Honorable Dr. Hasnu Makame, stood in his place and requested that the House suspends Rule 11. And for the benefit of the members who don't have the rules of procedure, it says, Rule 11.1 says, sitting shall, unless the assembly otherwise resolves, ordinarily commence at 9 a.m. in the morning up to 1 p.m. in the afternoon, and resume at 2:30 p.m. in the afternoon and conclude at 6:30 p.m. in the evening. It was around 6. And Honorable Makame moved that the House suspends that rule, or the House sits until the matter at hand was concluded. That time, the House was not sitting as the House. The House was sitting as a committee. So when the time was extended, for sure, we were able to process the supplementary budget through the committee of the whole House. When the House reconvened, it was around 6:29, Honorable Speaker, and we proceeded to report. The committee reported to the House, and the House passed through the third reading. We passed the supplementary budget at around 6:35, 6:40. Honorable Speaker, I need your guidance as to whether you can, or a member or the committee can extend the sitting of the House, not of the committee, but of the House. Because I remember, Honorable Speaker, when the committee was sitting as committee of the House, the mace was down. The mace was not up. So the House was not sitting. So from where I sit, Honorable Speaker, and that is the reason I'm seeking your guidance. We don't want to set precedents. We don't want to have an illegality, Honorable Speaker. That's the reason I'm seeking your guidance, whether we acted within the rules of procedure of the House in appropriate or debating a report and even passing it past the hours of the House. I beg that, to submit, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, you remember we raised that issue yesterday. Honorable also raised that issue yesterday. Would not want to set a bad precedence where we will be operating outside the hours of the House. Honorable Speaker, I submit.
Thank you. And as a speaker, I rise to proclaim that this assembly deems that the third reading is within the time, it is therefore deemed proceed.
Item number 2 on the order paper, laying of papers, report of the Accounts Committee.
Chair of the Committee on Accounts to lay the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I beg to lay the report of the Committee on Accounts on the audited accounts of the financial year ended 30th June 2024. I beg to lay.
Proceed.
Order number 3, consideration and approval of the EAC budget estimates for revenue and expenditure for financial year 2026-2027. Debate interrupted on Tuesday, 23rd June 2026.
The debate was interrupted on Tuesday, 23rd June 2026. I now call the chair of the committee to present the committee report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm standing here with your permission to present the report of the Committee on General Purpose on the East African Community Budget Estimates for Revenue and Expenditure for the financial year 2026-2027. Mr. Speaker, before I commence to present the report, I'd like to submit the following. Number 1, Mr. Speaker, is to request you that to expedite the process and to welcome more contributions from the floor of the members that I will present in a summary form. And I will request that the entire report be captured in the Hansard as is. That is the first one, Mr. Speaker. The second information, Mr. Speaker, is subsequent to the consultation with we had with the Council Chairperson and Secretary General yesterday, some issues emerged that required some legalistic approach and view. And the issue relating to section 9 of our report on reallocations and additional funding came into light. And Mr. Speaker, of the contentious matter was an issue of taking money from the General Reserve, which has no fund, to fund the current budget, which was contested, otherwise that it was not a source of fund, according to Article number 133 of the treaty. And subsequently, Mr. Speaker, we agreed that because this is a house of rules, we have to adhere to the rules of the House and also to the treaty of the Assembly. But in good faith, the Secretary General and the Council Chair committed that they are going to look for sources and to avail sources to the Assembly to execute the planned activities of priority, such that the Assembly will be able to execute its mandate And the chairperson noted that the assembly did not execute work for a long time, and that she agreed and indicated that she will be very supportive to the work of the assembly. So for that particular matter, I would plead with the House to support that initiative which has been taken by the Secretary General on the guidance of the chairperson of the council, and that ultimately, after I conclude presenting the report, we are all in support of the submission. So after having said that, Mr. Speaker, I beg to proceed and present the report as follows. Mr. Speaker, this report is report, as I said, of the budget for the 2026-27, and I will do as I did yesterday. I would beg that we skip the issue of much as there are many issues there, issues of challenges, but members have already seen them and the introduction. But I would move straight forward to the presentation of observations and recommendations. Yeah, I'm taking you there. Just a minute. So we start with page 19. Page 19, observations and recommendations. And one is the committee made the following observation: that partner state contribution, arrears and waiver of arrears. That we noted that remittance from partner states as of 18th of June stood at 51%, and from the development partners, it stood at 56%. That means 49% of the partner state funding had not come through, and 44% of the development partner funding had not come through. But the picture says for itself that much as a huge chunk of funding has not come through, but the development partners have been more generous than the partner states. And also, we noted that for over years, we had an accumulated contribution areas of $73 million, and mainly to the three countries: the Republic of Burundi, the DRC, Federal Republic of Somalia, and the Republic of South Sudan. And that has affected the operations of the community. And also, we noted that even if the areas are paid, the general reserve, according to Regulation 32 of the Financial Rules and the Regulations, is not maintained as in accordance with the general reserve rules. So the general reserve, that's why it was depleted, and it was $23. And we also noted the waiver, potential waiver, given to the partner states by the heads of state 25th summit held on 7th March 2026. So our recommendation, Mr. Speaker, are as follows. Number one, to direct the partner states to timely disburse their contributions to the community budget in accordance with the Regulation 23.5. And this is we are urging the council to direct the partner states to do that. And I think that they have always been doing that, but that maybe they should. We are reiterating that they should continue doing that.
Yeah, right, Honorable Speaker.
Procedure.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we are all interested in the following what our able chairperson is reading, and is reading the report of the Committee on General Purpose. But as we sit here, many of us don't have that report. And we are wondering whether we will be able to follow and have an objective debate without a copy of the report is reading. So, Right Honorable Speaker, wouldn't it be procedurally right that we all receive this report so that we're able to follow up as is reading the report? Right Honorable Speaker, thank you.
some members have the report, others don't have. Who don't have this report? So this side. Oh. Honorable members, but this report had been shared by your emails. You have read it before, but as it is now coming to you as
Right, Honorable Speaker. It is very unfortunate. You know, when we share this report on email, I would presuppose that this community or this assembly for that matter should have provided each of us with an iPad. We cannot read this big report on phone. It is tedious and it damages our eyes. So maybe I would also request now, Right Honorable Speaker, that let the community budget for iPads for members so that we reduce on paper.
no, the report is there now.
Wouldn't be asking for papers if we had an iPad where we could read these reports, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
So, Honorable Chair, you can proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank Honorable Akol Rozokulu for raising that matter, because it is very important that these recommendations are followed keenly so that we are all on the same page. Mr. Speaker, the recommendations I'm reading are on page 20.
Procedure, Mr. Speaker.
Procedure.
Actually, the majority of us, Mr. Speaker, still don't have this report. It's coming in piecemeal. So the fact that Honorable Rosa Cole has talked here, she now has a report. We don't have a report here. So honestly, I think now that I've talked, maybe I'll receive it. I'm going to keep my fingers crossed that it has come.
Honorable members, can we proceed while they're bringing the report? And Honorable Sankoch and our Honorable from Somalia, what's the name? Ambassador. Very good. You could remember that you are not allowed to move as you have done in this house. You should stay in your seats. You should not be moving that way. If you need any service, you can call the staff. But my friend, he has not been inducted now. I hope that you know. Chair, you can proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, going back to the recommendations which I had already started reading, and it says recommendations on page 19 at the page below. It says the committee recommends the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to 1, direct the partner states to timely disburse their contributions to the community budget in accordance with Regulation 23.5 of the East African Community Financial Regulations 2012. 2, to direct the partner states with arrears to submit their payment schedule covering the 2-year period, March 2026 to March 2028, and report to the Assembly by 30th September 2026. Number 3, to direct the EAC Secretariat to ensure that all unwaived arrears are deposited to the EAC General Reserve Fund in accordance with the Regulation 32 of the EAC Financial Rules and Regulations 2012. And 4, to fast track the conclusion and application of the schedule of sanctions for breaches of the EAC treaty obligations as per Article 143 of the treaty as directed by the 25th Ordinary Summit and report back to the Assembly by 30th September 2026. Mr. Speaker, the second item is a high level of indebtedness. The committee noted that only 4 organs and institutions in namely the EAC Secretariat, the Assembly, the LVBC, and the STECO reported to the Assembly under Section 8 of the Budget Act of 2009, the total indebtedness to the community and the commitment to control, as presented by Annex 1. The committee further observed with concern the high level of indebtedness among the 4 organs and reflected in the table below, that is table 4, and it shows the all organs and institutions that have reported the level of indebtedness, and it also shows that how Eala is also indebted, and the high level of indebtedness amounting to 11.9 million arising from borrowings from the institutional borrowing and borrowing from the General Reserve. Mr. Speaker, the recommendations on page 21, the committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to mobilize funds necessary to pay salaries and other statutory obligations owed to Eala members, staff of the community, and service providers outside the EAC budget. This is an issue which we had pondered a lot even during the time of we had an interaction with the Council Chair, and this is what I reported earlier, that the Council Chair undertook that to see that the members and other people who are owed their statutory obligations and any earnings are paid, and the Secretary General undertook to work to achieve that. And number 2, Mr. Speaker, is to write off amount of 7.7 million owed by Eala to the EAC General Reserve Fund and other EAC institutions, because this is an administrative decision that can be taken. And number 3 is to direct the EAC Secretariat to ensure that the required reports to the Assembly from the other organs and institutions are submitted by 30th June as per sections 8.2, because we've seen only 4 and there are several others pending. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of tax exemption. And this arises from section 10 of the Budget Act, which requires, which provides that tax exemptions are reported to the Assembly. And the committee observed with concern a systematic of revenue claims or tax claims of $4.5 million. And these unrefunded tax claims represent implicit losses to the EAC budget. They could be a source of funding. So, Mr. Speaker, we observe that the Secretariat tax arrears span over a period of more than a decade, from 2012 to 2026, because there was no practice of claiming tax refund. And for that particular reason, Mr. Speaker, we are recommending that the Assembly urges the Council of Ministers to direct the Secretariat to ensure strict compliance with the tax refund regime and recover claimable tax refund and report to the Assembly by 30th December 2026, so that we use the advantage of the tax exemption status of the institution and benefit from it. It can be a good source of fund. Probably it can assist to pay some of the salaries which are outstanding for years to come, not in the current year though. And number 4 is the grants and loans to the community. The report on grants and loans submitted by the to the Assembly under Section 8, the Secretary covers a few institutions, namely the institutions which are already indicated, and the funding is indicated in Table 1 there. And the table here on page 23, it shows the grants. Sorry. It is in Annex 1. The total funds mobilized were USD 33.957,182 for the Secretariat, 3.9 for IUCEA, 3.5 for LVBC, and $771,000 for ISTECO. And for the year, this year, financial year, the sources of funding for the budget are partner states contribution, 62 million, development partners, 46, other revenue, 1.9. The total is 110, and the partner states is 56, vis-a-vis 41 for development partners. And we noted that the operation and development agenda is heavily dependent on donor funding, and including critical sectors such as health, peace, security, food security, and education. And we are providing on the table 6 the sectors that are affected, are being funded by the development partners. And we, as we had already indicated, we would prefer to have a shift from being funded by development partners to be funded by partner states or partner state development and resource funds, rather than depending on outsiders to fund our integration agenda. Table 7, the cost of personal emoluments versus activities for the selected organs and institutions, and then we have 5 institutions there, and we've seen that the personal emolument for Eala is almost 50%. The court is 72. The Kiswahili Commission is 62. What we are trying to, the picture we are saying here is that of the budget, we find that most of the money is used to finance personal emoluments. And really what we are saying is these people who are working for the community deserve to be paid, but also deserve to work. And if you are paying them without providing resources for them to do work, then we are not going to achieve what we really want. So, Mr. Speaker, allow me to speak there, to skip that portion after showing the table, and then I move straight to page 26 on the recommendation. The recommendations to the Assembly to add the Council is that 1, to direct the EAC institutions with delayed implementation of donor-funded projects to ensure timely completion of the same. Hold accountable heads of institutions for failure to implement projects which ended with unutilized funds, and always ensure comprehensive implementation and value for money for all projects. And to direct the Secretariat to submit comprehensive information on grants provided to the community by 30th June, as per Section 8.1, and establish EAC Development Fund to support operations of the community. Though there's a very long story about the EAC Development Fund, the SG knows about it, but we believe it is for the good of the community, and it can be revived so that we get a development fund for the community. And the committee recommends to the Assembly to take note of the amount of 247,890 granted by the Secretariat to facilitate the budget process, because in this process which you are having, there was the Assembly was not in a very good shape, and we thank the SG for this good gesture, and he has said that this is just the trailer. The movie is now coming. Mr. Speaker, on the budget ceiling, allow me to move straight to the recommendation, because we've spoken on the budget ceiling that this community needs the budget to be raised, because we've been having a static budget. So the recommendation to the Council of Ministers is to review and lift the policy of no budget increment to support and enhance implementation of the integration agenda. And this number 2, to reinstate the 7% decrease, this one we are expanding it based on what I had already committed while opening the presentation. Mr. Speaker, physical versus virtual meetings. But allow me to spend at least half a minute here, because why we're expanding it again on what we had already said, but there is already a commitment. And I believe when given the opportunity by the Speaker, the Chair of Council will pronounce on this, that there'll be total support from her and the Council on the matters relating to Assembly's activities. So we go with the goodwill, and this is a political block of the community. So we take the political will of the council, and as being assisted by the Secretary General. Mr. Speaker, we also noted on issues of physical versus virtual meetings, and the recommendations are that we are recommending the council to develop and adopt a policy framework and guidelines to regulate, to conduct the meetings within the community, including criteria for determining when meetings should be held physically, virtually, or in a hybrid format, with a view of enhancing cost efficiency, accountability, and value for money in the utilization of community resources. We should be moving with technology. Mr. Speaker, there's inadequate human resources policies, staffing gaps, lack of succession plan, and cost of recruitment. This is an area where we spend a lot of time discussing. But at the moment, there's no secret. It is known to everybody that the council suspended a recruitment for the past 3 years. There's serious understaffing of permanent positions are not filled. And to this end, we are having, we note that there's a council policy on recruitment that there's 2 terms for 5 years, 5 years. We're not saying maybe they should change it, but they can consider changing that. But when someone finishes 10 years, before another one comes, we are proposing something to the council. So let me read the recommendations. Number 1, exceptionally, that appear in number 16 in the report, exceptionally grant annual extension of the employment contracts of all professional staff which are due to expire before the end of financial year 2026-27 until the recruitment for a replacement is concluded, so as to avoid further disruption of operations across EAC organs and institutions. Mr. Speaker, allow me to point out just one department. We had a director of finance here, a colleague called Juvenal de Muriro. Ever since he left, then other people left. So there's only one person manning that department now. And the moment he leaves and is scheduled to depart in somewhere in September, then there'll be only one payroll accountant to man that one. So we are going to have serious, even operations. We cannot even conduct operations of the community. And when he goes, Madam Chairperson and Speaker, this person will go with the signatures. So it means the checks will not be handled. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the other one is to establish proper succession mechanism in EAC staffing, such that there's proper handover. Now, when someone has left for 3 years and another one is coming 3 years later, they don't touch base. It's a bit of a challenge. And to lift the moratorium on staff recruitment and fast-track hiring of critical vacant staff positions. We are aware that the council is working on it, and we are just urging it to do so. To expedite the operationalization of the e-recruitment system and outsourcing recruitment to professional recruitment firms to rationalize community resources. And consider moving from employment policy of fixed-term contract renewable ones for professional staff to fixed-term contract renewable up to mandatory requirement, but that one is up to the council to decide. We are just recommending, and after seeing that, we are losing talent and expertise to other institutions, because we are training here, we get expertise, and then when they're ready, instead of making good use of them, they migrate to other areas, and then we have to start retraining afresh. Number 8, Mr. Speaker, is the new financing formula. The new financing formula of 50-50, which was contained in the summit communique, so I need not to mention much about it. But what are we recommending to the council is, 1, to fast track the process of amendment of the treaty for alignment with the new financing formula. And also, alongside this, all other treaty amendments should be done and expedited, because we have to move with our treaty has to reflect the reality of how we have it has been amended, and to explore other funding modalities to ensure sustainability of integration process, including direct levy on imports or any other creativity, so that this community can have sustainable financing mechanism. And this is something which the council had been pondering for many years, but we believe, Mr. Speaker, with the Secretary General in place and the council chair, who is very committed to this integration process, this year we are going to have some breakthrough in attaining this. And also because this attaining this sustainability in funding for the community is an issue which is of keen interest to the summit, the entire summit, and specifically the summit chair. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, in view of the above, the committee recommends that the Assembly adopt this report and approve the allocation to the sum of $100,863,576 and enact the East African Community Appropriation Bill as follows. And we have vote 1 to vote 10 indicated in from page 29 to 30 of the report with the respective figures. Mr. Speaker, I beg to submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair, for having been brief. This will allow us to proceed with others items. Honorable members, as the motion has been moved and the committee has made its report, it is now to debate. Debate is open, but I will give the floor to members who are not members of GP. If there is no one who wants to debate, yes, Honorable Clerk, can you get the list?
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, I want to thank the chair of this committee and the committee as well for the precise report. And on that note, Right Honorable Speaker, first of all, I want to comment on the way we are handling issues here. I know we don't have time normally to look at these reports in detail as a whole parliament. Normally, the purpose of laying those big books on table is for purposes of all of us getting copies. And normally what happens here is they send us copies on email. I want to go back to the point I raised earlier, that we are unable as the whole House actually to actively also participate in this budget process because, one, we don't have the capacity to print as individuals those books of 1,000, 2,000 pages. It is very expensive. I tried it one time. Up to now, my money has not been refunded when we're on virtual. I spent 800,000 to print those big books as a member of the committee on the GP. It was never refunded. So what I'm appealing for is that, Right Honorable Speaker, I think it's the high time we also go digital as an assembly. Why can't we be provided with iPads so that we avoid even the hassle of having papers? It is also expensive. So if we could be provided with iPads, we would be able to objectively as well participate in this budget process other than just the committee. And the challenge now comes when actually we are given the report when we are here, as much as we are sent online, then we are supposed to read, digest, and debate. It makes this parliament look like a lame duck.
Information.
Yes, Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to inform my sister, Honorable Akol, that when I was presenting the report for supplementary yesterday, there was an issue to deal with. There was a transformer which burned down and affected some gadgets of the community here. And to that end, the council directed the Secretary General to find ways of restoring the lost gadgets, to have some UPS service and other. So the SG approached one of the some partner, development partner, who had promised that for all the gadget requirements that that partner will avail. So what has happened now is, in the report, if you go and read in the report we presented yesterday for supplementary, we urged the clerk and the registrar of the court to also send the specification of the needs for Eala and the court, including for the members, and that the SG had undertaken to follow up. So that is the information I wanted to provide, that we are hopeful that the issue of gadgets now will be resolved, because we had been fighting for those since Eala 4. Hopefully that will materialize this time. Thank you.
Thank you for that information, Honorable Chair. And I think that one ends my contribution on the issue of iPads and how we can also effectively participate in this budget process when we have the right gadgets to interrogate the budgets and the big books. Right, Honorable Speaker, now on page 20, I've read the recommendation on page 21 by the chair that we write off a total of US $7,772 for 20 owed by Eala to the EAC General Reserve Fund. Right, Honorable Speaker, I've interrogated the figures here briefly. What I'm seeing here on the report is that borrowing funds borrowed by Eala from the reserve fund is 4.5 million, not 7,772,000. So maybe the chair will take time to reconcile, because the figure you're quoting here is 7.7 million, but in your report it is there's a contradiction. 4.5, 7.72. So which is which? Then this takes us now, you know, when you look at the borrowing here by institutions, inter-institution borrowing, it spells there's a big problem, of course, and that is funding. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I would just wish and request that this is the last time we see this kind of borrowing, inter-institution borrowing and all that, because now from 1st July, we have a funding mechanism. This kind of borrowing from institutions, and some institutions actually cannot even perform their duties like Eala. 8 months you could not, because there's no money. Actually bogs down the key objectives of this EAC on integration. We have a roadmap, we have 4 pillars, but we're stagnating. So this would help. And let this one be resolved on how these areas is going to be handled and the borrowing. Then, Right Honorable Speaker, on page 23, sources of funding for the community, the partner states contribution of 62 million is envisaged or expected. Those are our expectations, that our budget will be funded by partner states to the tune of 62 million, which is about 56.6%. And the development partners up to 41%. Now, Right Honorable Speaker, for a clearer picture, I want to request the committee to interrogate these budgets further by, whenever you're presenting this kind of table, also present to the assembly the previous year performance in terms of the amount budgeted for and the actual we got as a comparative here on this table. So that for the previous year, we can say the budget was for the budgeted contributions by member states was maybe 50, and we received 50%, which is 25 million. That one will give a clearer picture, actually, to show us that this community is being run by donors, by our development partners, because it's only 50% of the 8 partner states that are contributing. So who is running the show here? This is our community. How do we leave it to development partners to run the show? When we say it is our community with how many people, and we're failing to fund, it becomes something I don't want to talk about on record, really, right, Honorable Speaker. But for today, I want to mention it so that we have a clear picture of what's going on, because this one covers our eyes that we are contributing 56%, yet it is not true. And yet it's actually the donors who are running the show here. So let's have always a clearer picture of the comparatives for the previous year of the budgeted and then the actual, and then for this year's budget. We could even have it up to maybe 3 years behind to give a much clearer picture, right, Honorable Speaker. So right, Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I want to say this on the issue of ceilings here. The ceilings with regard to our budgets, I can only say that we are actually experiencing a very unique situation here at ESC, that the institutions are growing, but the budget is the budget ceiling and the budget itself is continuously reducing for the overall activities of the community. In fact, I wonder why, I'm wondering how we are able to operate with the increasing institutions, but the budget is coming down. So for surely, for Eala, for example, yes, the budget has come down, but we have foregone very important activities. And I'm requesting that these activities be reinstated because they are very important. One of them is the Nanyuki series, right, Honorable Speaker. The treaty provides for the Nanyuki series that we're supposed to be holding annually. The Nanyuki series is an event where members and the members of Parliament of Eala actually interact with member state parliaments. And what is the reason for that interaction? I attended one when I was a member of Parliament in Uganda, but the ESC conducted one and it was in Kigali. It is very informative, right, Honorable Speaker. Our members of Parliament get to know through the papers that are presented in that Nanyuki series what we have done so far, where we are, the future, and the challenges that the ESC is going through. Right now, if I interacted with a member of Parliament, even if it's a second-term member of Parliament in Uganda, they actually don't seem to know where Eala is and what Eala does and the benefits of having this community in place. They don't know because this Nanyuki series has been cancelled, no money. But we can urge our summit members through our council members and our SG to include this. Or if it can be done, it's development partners, as we are now accustomed to, fund this item. Yes, we are now used to that one. Let them fund this Nanyuki series. The other one, right, Honorable Speaker, that I want to beg.
Information.
Yes, right, Honorable.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Call for giving me to give information because I know I'm also part of the GP committee. But the information I wanted to give to the House is in regards to what Honorable Call is raising, engagement of national parliaments and
having them abreast with what we discuss and the resolutions that we come up with at the regional level, including at the Heads of State Summit. Our member states are totally aloof of what happens because we do not put in plan intentional ways of engagement with the parliamentarians. If we are talking about visibility of the community, we cannot talk about visibility without dealing with the elected members who represent majority of people in their national assemblies. So despite the fact that this item is not funded here, it's very important that this be taken as an important point so that the community is not seen to be among the elected only members of Eala, the judges of the East African Court, the heads of states, and the Council of Ministers. It has to be an inclusive East Africa where the local...
Honorable Amongi, is that an information?
Yes, that is the information I wanted to give because of the importance of the point that she was deliberating upon. But thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. I was just concluding, Right Honorable Speaker, that there is need to reinstate these activities, oversight activities for the committees, and also the sensitization activities by Parliament. Then finally, Right Honorable Speaker, I'll be very proud one day when on every meeting of the members of the summit, that one of those meetings would be a day when the chair summit presents the State of East African community to the East Africans. At home, we have the State of the Nation address. Where is the State of the East African community address for the East Africans? I would really be proud to have such an opportunity to listen to our head of summit on an annual basis, present the State of the East African community address to East Africans. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to end there and pray that these recommendations of the committee are adopted and that some of these issues were raised are taken very seriously by our council members and our able SE. Thank you so much, Right Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Akolo Rose. Now we go to Honorable Musanga Batware, then Honorable Siranda, then Honorable Kadogo, then Honorable Fatuma. Fatuma Abdallah Kange from Tanzania. We'll go Musanga Batware.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for granting the opportunity to debate on the report of General Purpose Committee. Mine is on observations and the recommendations made by GP on page 19. The committee, it is the paragraph 4. The committee also noted that for the last 2 financial years, 2024, 2025, 2025, 2026, remittances made by partner states with the budgetary contribution areas were not deposited in the General Reserve Fund as prescribed by the Regulation 32 of the ESC Financial Rules and Regulations 2012. The funds were instead utilized to administer the current budget without prior authorization by the Council of Ministers. Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I think in terms of finance management, law and the regulations must be applied for the following reasons. Number 1 is to promote accountability and transparency in finance management. The second reason is to prevent fraud, corruption, and mismanagement. The last one is to ensure efficient and compliant use of resources. Right, Honorable Speaker, I urge the Secretariat and the Council to take measures against bad managers who can misuse funds or who don't apply rules and regulations. I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Clement. The next.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to start by appreciating the committee, Right Honorable Speaker, under the able chair of the Honorable Makame. Right Honorable Speaker, the entire committee and the Council Chair and the Secretary General for having availed whatever little limited time for this committee to be in position to do this work on our behalf. Right Honorable Speaker, these committees do a lot of work on behalf of the entire Assembly. Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at, this is clear evidence that the question of funding is going to cost us. I have seen the chairs come to the House with the matter that would have been addressed in the committee level. If there was time, there would have been the proper interaction and engagement with the Council, with the Secretary General, because the question under 133, 132 gives all the mandate of preparation of the budget to the Secretary General, and then before coming to the House. We would not be dealing with the matter of coming to the House to expunge the report within the House. The entire committee would have had an opportunity to deal with that, so that when we come here, we are coming with a question that we have agreed. But that one is appreciated, that there is no time, and sometimes we have to find a way of punching up to deal with. And because this is our work, and this is our community, and we arrive and understand the current situation, Right Honorable Speaker, we will accept to treat the patient. And that's what we're going to do. I will support the report because we need to deal with that. When I go to the page, Right Honorable Speaker, the page 22, the committee has done a good work. And I said this yesterday. When you go to the Budget Act, Section 8, specifically 2, that the budget is financed almost by 40% of the donors, but the Parliament does not have an opportunity to receive a report and do the proper appropriation for what the donors are doing. And this is the contribution is from the donor community. And now I want to appreciate the committee that they should argue the council, the council directs the secretariat to submit the timely status in terms of the donors, in terms of what we have, so that Parliament then is properly informed on the status and in terms of how do we do the proper appropriation going forward. I think for me, that will help us so that we are properly in line, in tandem with the treaty and the Budget Act, Right Honorable Speaker. On the question of the status of, in terms of payment of areas, Right Honorable Speaker, even when we deal with the current status of the new directives, it is important that we write these partner states. They write committing on when they will submit their contribution, so that even when they have not done that, at least you have a paperwork that you're moving with. Right Honorable Speaker and Secretary General, it will be your role, say you committed that on this date, you're going to be doing the remittance. You have not done that, so that you have a reminder. But now we are working in darkness. There is no commitment. There is nothing written. So it makes your work very difficult, Secretary General, for you to continue chasing after our partner states. You cannot take a child to school and you don't meet the remittances. The school fees. Even now, we have taken children to school for the last 7 years. I've been paying development fee every year. You must pay development fee even when the school has been built. So we cannot pretend that we are here really and we speak with urge. Our community, and Uganda is not paying. What we have done, we are always on the doors of the Right Honorable Kadaga because we want Uganda to pay. And it is our role, even all of us as legislators here, for us to go and do our role at home, starting from the Right Honorable Speaker, because the Right Honorable Speaker, to me, is the third big person in this community. I mean, when you have president, then you come to the speaker, and I think if you get your call starting from home, you can't start from Uganda, you start from home. I cannot start from Burundi, I can't start from the Republic of wherever, I will start from Uganda in my role. So it is our role, Right Honorable Speaker. We can debate, we can pretend, we can speak all the English, we have a role to play in making sure that we make remittances for us to continue staying here. And the question of sanctions is going to be key for us going forward. And in fact, I will feel ashamed if I was in some of the offices and my country does not pay, I wouldn't be coming here. Why would I come? To eat what? To depend on what? To use which paper? We want an iPad. How will it come when we are not paying? We are not even having enough money to print. And we want to stand here and say, bring me paper. Oh no, Boros, you are right to ask for it because your country pays. You have a right because your country does that. It is our role. We cannot oversight, and we are not oversighting our countries. Oversight also starts from within ourselves.
Honorable Doctor.
Finally, from me,
Honorable Doctor. I am from a country that has areas. And I'm not the only one, I'm the speaker. I wasn't able to have contributed. I'm asking myself if I did something wrong to be born in that country. I'm just a member of parliament. I'm not a minister to act. I am not the prime minister to respond. Did I do something wrong to be born there? I wish I could be born maybe in some countries where maybe you have. I could be born like in Japan or in be a Japanese. And this is not only about me, but I believe that we Eala members, we can do our best, we can try, but we have limits. But I'm not saying that it's good to have areas and not to be committed to what you have agreed to. But for members, they can be speakers or this or that. We didn't do anything wrong to be born there. But we are with you. Once you are committed to anything, you have to act. And we support you. You have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I knew I would use you because you are a leader and you understand the knowledge that I'm using. Because when I mention another member, Right Honorable Speaker, they may not understand. But when I use my leader of the House, sometimes my leader can understand.
Yes,
but I appreciate all those. But even when you're saying the background, you know what I'm talking about.
Point
and I'm
of
sure
order.
the Honorable Jackie knows what I'm talking about.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, point of order.
Order.
Mr. Speaker, I know that we are going through hard times financially. The report clearly states it. Mr. Speaker, is it in order for a member to directly attack the Speaker in this issue of payment? Because some of these statements are directly addressing the person of the Speaker. Is it in order, Mr. Speaker? I think we need to talk about issues in general rather than directly becoming more personal. Is it in order, Mr. Speaker? Right.
Honorable members, thank you for your contribution. Let's proceed. Honorable Black, back up.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Now let me move to another point. Right Honorable Speaker, I agree with the Honorable Rose that we must engage with the Nanyukshuris and then engaging our parliaments. And in the speech, the budget speech yesterday, the question on engagement of parliament through sports came out very vividly. But also we as members of parliament don't understand the very community, Right Honorable Speaker. Before we came in, I think Eala 4, there was a question on tour of both the Northern Corridor, the Southern Corridor, for us to understand the community. Right Honorable Speaker, we are oversighting on a community. That's why maybe I debate as a Ugandan more than I would debate as an East African, because we do not understand the community that we have come to serve. I think, Secretary General and Council Chair, it is important that even when there are no budget lines, there is a commitment to look for the support of the donor support for us to go around this community to understand what are these issues that we are talking about, to interact with the people right from all our corners in the southern and both the northern, so that when we stand here to speak for the people, we understand the community. We now have new members within the community who want to understand what are the issues that are going through. Today, in one of the meetings we were made to understand that areas of cargo tracking in some of the border points has not even reached there. We cannot understand that until we're in position to go around and get that understand. And finally, for me, is on the question on the non-tax refund. I think for me, Right Honorable Speaker, the SG is new, and for me, that can be one of the take home, that it is important for us to understand some of the other initiatives that bring money to the community. Yesterday, I referred to the question of auction. Maybe we'll have got some money within there. It might not be enough, but it can buy a paper. And I think for me, you take this as your to-do list so that we get where do we stand and at what level we get so that we get all that clear. With that, and having said all that, Right Honorable Speaker, I have said all that because I have the pain and I feel that we should do something for the community and I have a role to play. I beg to submit and support the report.
Thank you, Honorable Siranda. Now, Honorable Kadogo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to debate on the report of general purpose on the EAC debate. Right Honorable Speaker, I stand here to make a recognition and appreciation in the report. I've noticed that there are 4 countries who have made a waiver on the work permits. And countries which have made a waiver on the work permits on Africans staying in their countries. Burundi, Uganda, Kenya, and Rwanda. Honorable Speaker, this on the work permits is very important. It will contribute greatly on the integration of East Africa and also free movement in the East African continent. I beg that other countries do follow and provide a tax waiver on the nanny citizens in their Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of the Account Committee. The IT staff, you are bringing back these yesterday issues. Try to follow. Now the next is Honorable Fatuma Abdallah Kange to contribute. She's our new colleague from URT. Now we have 3 Fatuma honorable members in this house.
Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity you have given me to stand before you and to address this important parliament in East Africa for the first time in my life. Just want to record it properly. It's 4:42. I don't recall when my mother gave birth to me, but I thank God. This cannot go without appreciating the nomination my country has given me through machinery, government machinery, but also to live the dream of Honorable President of United Republic of Tanzania, Madam Samia Suluhu Hassan, Doctor, my mother, who, when she was appointed, have been in a dream of appointing many women into the decision making positions, of which I'm living her dream. I can't thank her enough. But also, I was raised by a single parent. My late mother, 26 years late after her death, I'm now a member of parliament. May she rest in peace. Every milestone I have achieved is a living tribute to my mother's legacy. I thank this parliament for giving me this opportunity, at least to contribute and to make her proud, even at death. Thank you. I'll go straight to contribute. I have observed many things ever since I joined this parliament. ESC community is a complex organization I've never dreamed to face it. I work with a private sector organization in Tanzania. My term TOR that I've been by my president or the country, I'll be representing women in this parliament. When I'm here, I'm very proud that I'll get an opportunity to contribute fairly to the women of United Republic of Tanzania. At least I come from the private sector and I have a role to play. Again, I thank my member of parliament for welcoming me so warmly, and I feel comfortable. And everybody I've been interviewing, several people, and give me experience. May I take this opportunity also to appreciate that. But I've observed the issue of understaffing in the ESC community. And when you take the budget of almost 110 million US dollar, I think this shows that there will be a bleeding time and resources because we will not have the right technical place. So my question is, how could a council guarantee this house that the main budget we won't face standardized underutilization from simply because we don't have staff? That's my first question. But over dependence on external funding. I know resources are limited, but maybe as we move forward in the coming years, we have to put mechanism that will make this organization really self-reliant, the dream of Nyerere Obote, and President of Kenya by then. At least we have to make them proud by being full-fledged EAC that is depending from partner states. With that contribution, I thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Fatuma. We will now take the other members to contribute. Remember, you don't have to be GP members. That you, the police of is 4 and the TB is 5. And you had 4 before. Okay, is 6, which will be the last ones. We start with the Honorable Dangiza. try to be brief.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to start by thanking the Hearing Purpose Committee under its able leadership of Honorable Dr. Makame for a very good report. They've been able to scrutinize the budget within shortest time and able to present a quality report. I have a few observations on the report. One is with regard to monetary union, whereas we appreciate that the recent summit of heads of state assented to the EAC Statistics Bureau bill, which is one of the key bills for operationalization of the monetary union. But there are still two pending bills that are also critical to the realization of third pillar of integration. And if you recall, honorable colleagues, these bills were brought to the Assembly during the fourth Eala, and that was 2018. And so this assent came after 8 years after these bills were passed by the Assembly. And these were also council bills, and therefore we didn't expect any issues on the bills. But we still have two more pending bills. So I really want to urge the council to fast track, to follow up on the fast tracking of the remaining two bills to ensure that the new deadline that has been extended to 2031, initially it was 2024, at least we can have a fully fledged monetary union, because this pillar is critical to doing business in our region, but it is also the third pillar towards political confederation. So mine is really to urge the council to fast track the assent of these two bills, and they don't have any issues. They have been reverted to the Assembly. We worked on them. We engaged the relevant partner states, and we don't see why we cannot even move to pass the two bills and then have third pillar of integration even before 2031. The second observation I have is on page 28 on recommendations regarding the issue of staffing. I know this is a challenging issue because you cannot talk of an efficient organization when you have understaffing. I wanted to urge the Council of Ministers, and I know the Council Chair is so committed to this issue, that we fast track the staffing for critical positions so that the community can be able to function properly. But I have concerns on other recommendations that were made by the committee of extension of employment contracts, of issues of retirement. I don't know. I think also extension of retirement, and also the fixed term contract renewable. Personally, I think this could be challenging because we are a community of 8 partner states, and the few positions that we have, we want to be able to share with all partner states. We wouldn't wish to have, although we know issues of career development and institutional memory are critical, but we equally believe that every partner state is capable to produce staff who can fill this position, rather than having an extension for another 1 year, and then you might find 1 year becoming 3 years, and then you might find the same people in the same position, and other countries don't have staff here. So I think in a way it might undermine the quota issue, but also the equity in terms of sharing opportunities. So mine for caution, let the council do its job, and I know as the chairperson shared with us, They have directed the Secretariat to fast track the recruitment, but not tamper with the issues of extension of contracts. I think this will be challenging, and you might want to solve a problem and you create more problems, because EAC is also a political organization and you have to share opportunities that are available. The last comment I have, Right Honorable Speaker, is on the new financing formula, page 29. It's important that we fast track the amendment of the treaty for the alignment with the new financing formula. And I also agree with the second recommendation that maybe Council could consider exploring other funding modalities to ensure sustainability, because whereas we appreciate the great decision that our heads of state took in the 25th Ordinary Summit of 50% equal contributions and 50% assessed contribution, but still the community is growing and there is no change in terms of increment. It's been zero increment for over 25 years. So to have a sustainable community, Right Honorable Council Chair, it's important that maybe Council continue thinking about other modalities, including maybe borrowing a leaf from the African Union, how they've come up with the sustainable funding formula of 0.2% from the imports. So with those, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to once again thank the committee and I support the report. Thank you.
Honorable Dangiza. Now we go to the next two are Honorable Saidi Kibeya, then George Odongo, Honorable Elodi, then Honorable Sadia, and Honorable Kalonzo. Honorable Saidi Kibeya have the floor.
Thank you. Right, Honorable Speaker, to allow me to add my voice on commenting about the report presented by the chairperson of the Committee on General Purpose Affairs. I come to the paragraph or section 5 on budget ceiling shortly, knowing that this policy is there for many years, almost 1 decade. And within this period, we saw that the community expanded with more institutions beside the organs and institutions that were there, and also more partner states. And you can see that the effect of that particularly is what was presented on table 7, when we can observe that 3 institutions were created, I think 10 years ago, and the 2 organs there, they are those who are totally funded by partner states. So they are suffering with having even staff not enough, but all the budget are majority, principally carrying off, paying only the staff with little activities and programs. My idea is to request the chairperson and the council, chairperson of the council, to seek additionally to, I can say, to modality of financing the community, to set up a policy on increment, relating the annual increment of the budget to the overall growth of our economies, maybe the GDP, the average of the EAC partner state GDP. This can be an optimal way to allow the EAC as a community to be integrated on the daily life of our citizens in the EAC. Other ways, it is, for example, just an image. You have a newly born baby, and you say that you will give him the same food, same quantity. You deny him new clothes, same cradle. You deny him investment in education, and you can think what it will be 10 years after. That is why I think that a council may come with an optimal and objective policy to have a annual increment for the budget of the community. That's my proposal, Chairperson, and I support. Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. The next. Dr. Bongo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for granting me the opportunity to intervene and make my submission on the budget. Right Honorable Speaker, first, let me congratulate our Council Chair, Right Honorable Kadaga, for her reappointment. Right Honorable Speaker, I've been in this Parliament for 8 years, and I've been part and parcel of this budgeting process. There is a recurrent theme in almost every budget, every year. Sometimes you feel like you should not be part of the debate because you are at the risk of repeating yourself year in, year out. What has been variously framed as a financial crisis of the community is actually not a financial crisis. EAC is not having a financial crisis. That is a misconception. EAC suffers deeply from a leadership crisis. What you see as a financial crisis, what you see as a human resource crisis, what you see as a procurement crisis, it's a leadership crisis that is finding expression in financial problems that the community keeps facing, in human resource problems. Leadership has consequences. And the leader has consequences. Our state institutions, because we are still sovereign states, our state institutions and their predisposition to regional integration reflects the character of the leadership in that particular partner state. So even if we come out with models, like now we have come up with a different financing model, on the assumption that the pro rata model that was initially being used at the community was meant because the treaty talks about equality. You can see that even when you change the assumption, the basic assumption of this change of model to now having financing on the basis of our GDP is on the assumption that the pro rata model was giving a disproportionate weight on the partner states. But if you go and look at the statements, the Accounts Committee here presented to you the statement as of the last 10 years, from 2013 to 2023. You can see that there are partner states that have not even made a contribution. So would you say that it's because the pro rata model was heavy on them and that this model is going to be a cure? There is no amount of money or there is no model that will work in this community for as long as at the leadership level, we are not
Honorable,
ideologically aligned.
Point of information. As a community that belongs together, there's a quite big difference between equality and equity. We want the community to be equitable, in which case those who are behind need the uplifting as opposed to condemning. I say that we don't.
Maybe I need to repeat myself on that information. I am not condemning. I'm simply saying that the model has been tested before on a pro rata basis, and we challenge that model, saying that it is disproportionate, which I would agree. I agree entirely, but only with evidence. There is no evidence that shows that some of the partner states are struggling, but they are making an effort. There are partner states, for example, in the last financial year, who have made zero contribution. I'll give you an example. The Republic of Burundi has shown that they are committed to integration, but they are struggling because they continue to put in resources as and when they have. But there are partner states that have completely had zero contribution. Would you put them on the same scale as the Republic of Burundi? It means there are ideological issues and we have got to confront them. The trouble we have with this community is that we are shielding ourselves so much because of our diplomatic way of communication. We must state it the way it is. That's why we are even failing to trigger off the sanctions regime, which is provided for in the treaty, where all of us have assented to. So going forward, I think that there is need. We have just been talking about digital integration. I think there is a problem in terms of our conceptual understanding of integration. There are partner states that do not understand that deepening our integration is a solution to their economic problems. It's a solution to their security problems. And they're beginning to work in silos, expecting that working alone will solve their problems, forgetting that working together would be a solution to their financial crisis, would be a solution to their, security problem. So we need interoperability. Let me use the word that we have been hearing over and over again. We need interoperability. We need an interface of ideas and a common understanding of why we are integrating. Beyond that, we can come up with several models, but the financing will not be there. So my approach to this question is for the summit to sit together and build a common understanding. Why do you think that the Republic of Somalia, you can see indications, they are going and having meetings, I've seen them having bilateral meetings, all aligned to EAC integration. But there are those partner states I can state here. You don't even see them in meetings. You don't see them making an effort. What is going on in those partner states? It's because there is misalignment ideologically with what is going on in the community. And they do not have a deeper appreciation of the fact that regional integration is part of the solution to their problem. Right now, Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Odongo. But let's be hopeful. It was in March when our leaders decided to change the way of contributing. But let's hope that it will bring good results. We have to live by hoping that tomorrow will be always better than today. But maybe we also have to pray for next year's year. Hello.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I think it's difficult to go after Honorable George, but I just want to say I appreciate the courageous attitude that he always brings to this assembly, because I think he's speaking, trying to find the root causes of why we keep having the same discussions and perhaps not finding solutions to them. So I appreciate what he's saying, and I am in total agreement. I rise just to make a small contribution and a small point. For the sake of clarity of our report, first I want to congratulate the committee, of course, but also there was a statement that was made by Honorable Chair of the committee that we should take our report as is. But if you look at the last table that we have in the report, we even have the Eala having, I think, 20 million. We don't have the report right now, but someone can probably help me get the right figure. 20 million or so. And the chair had mentioned that there was an agreement with council chair to reduce that amount. So we want to know clearly what are the changes that have been made, just for the sake of the Hansard and proper record of what has been agreed on. So just in the response that Honorable Chair you make, please clarify the right figures that we should be going by, and also clarify what reallocations you've made, whether internally or not, whether we should go by that, because even in this report, we're seeing some reallocations. Has that been concluded that these are reallocations that should be made or not? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Alobi. Now, Honorable Sadia. Then Kalonzo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. On onset, I would like to congratulate the committee for having well-composed report. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I have 2 points. So number one, I just wanted to emphasize that throughout, given that I've not gone through the budget report properly, but I just wanted to say that the programs that are budgeted for, if funded, should be executed properly. Because, you know, when we look at programs in our partner states, like me, whenever I'm back home, I will have to go and, you know, seek, you know, the officers and all that. They would tell me, you know, sometimes the secretariat go there for 7 days programs, but they do it for 4 days. So that is injustice. So I'm calling out that, you know, if programs are budgeted for, must be executed properly. Secondly, let me talk about the mismanagement. We are having crisis in our community. But when we look at, I sit in the accounts committee. Recently, I went back to the account committee. But when you see, you know, there is no value for audit because the audit recommendation keeps repeating. So imagine such a waste. You wonder, you ask yourself, why is it difficult to do the right things? If we have officers in charge of furthering the integration agenda who are not passionate about this community. So where are we going, Right Honorable Speaker? So Right Honorable Speaker, I join my colleague, I join you with the same sentiment. I always tell some of my colleagues that we feel ashamed because we can't contribute, you know? You feel ashamed because you can't talk because your country is one of the defaulting. But I just wanted to remind all of us that when we look at the summit members, when they are so reluctant about this sanction, because they are seeing what we are not seeing, because no condition is permanent. No condition is permanent. Today, it might be these countries, but tomorrow it would be these countries that is leading the community. So, Right Honorable Speaker, we really feel ashamed. We join you with the same sentiment. So I continue to join my colleagues, like what Honorable Ambassador said, we should continue still seek alternative source of funding because there is no way out. Even if we appreciate this new model of funding, 50-50, but we have to look for alternative sustainable means of funding to the community, because there is beauty in this integration. When we look at, Mzee Museveni, he said, this integration is not a matter of luxury, it is a matter of necessity. So there is beauty in it. That's why you see the bigger we are, the bigger we benefit. It is not about who gives the share, but it's about how do we all participate, moving forward to having one united Africa. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I believe in the effort of our new LG because he has rich experience of this community. And also I believe in the effort of our chair council, Right Honorable Kadaga. She is our pride because when you look at her, she takes her job passionately. She's a role model to all of us as women. She's a pillar of leadership to us young women who are maneuvering our ways in this political career. So, Right Honorable Speaker, with these few remarks, I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sadia. Honorable Kalonzo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I will try to be very brief. I want to start by thanking the committee members for a wonderful report, very difficult circumstances. So we appreciate your chair and the committee for this wonderful report. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the lawyers in the House will tell you in law, a consequence can either be a result of an act or an omission. Honorable colleagues, I find it difficult that the action of the council seems to be not pro-integration, and I'll expound a bit on this. Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at this report, the problems that come up are always the same. On one side, we say there's low budget absorption. Then on the other side, we say there's no staff to absorb the budget. So it's like we're chasing our own train. So I really want to urge the council to really solve this staffing issue. Our chair council is very able, and I'm sure should be able to do so. But seems also believe in providing solution. I can also suggest how we may help the council. There are certain institutions such as Eala, such as the East African Court of Justice, that council had pronounced themselves on their financial and administrative autonomy. Perhaps it is now time that this decision is implemented, and this that way, some of this staffing and budget absorption issue hopefully will come to an end. My other point, Right Honorable Speaker, really about this business of short-term contract. Unfortunately, I don't agree with the committee on this because it is actually unfair to our staff to have someone who you call a short-term staff, and they are short-term for 15 years when in fact they should be pensioner. They find it very unfair. And again, our large council, instead of going that way, let us just once and for all hire the staff. I mean, we are really in a crisis. TTC is not here. And we understand because now if the one who's doing everything in his office, I think now they're left with only 2 staff. And again, I will also tell you, Insanity is doing the same thing and expecting different results. So really, I think for the interest of the community, let us solve those challenges that we can solve. And I think the hiring of the right and competent people is a fair way to go. Right Honorable Speaker, as we grow, I mean, an organization of this size cannot be run on financial rules and regulations. We really urge the council look into this matter. We had one of our former colleagues had proposed a public management and finance act for the community. I think this is also an act we badly need that will help solve again this problem that we are facing. And finally, I think I just want as chair this point can explain so that we are not creating more problems for ourselves. We're already struggling for, partner states contribute. Now we have a new there was once a committee that for the council that was to give a report. I don't think they never did. So I want chair to clarify on this part of the formula, take assessors. Want to know assessed by who? If a consensus, what is the time frame? So that again, we have been challenges meeting our budget cycle. So I hope that this assessment aspect of which will be in line with our actual time frame for purposes of meeting the budget cycle. And finally, like one of the speaker and their colleagues, I really want to urge council to sit up and prioritize, if possible, fast track the issue of the common currency. I think one thing the report captures very well has been the increase of trade in our region. But at the same time, we are not facilitating our staff citizens to trade. If you allow me, I'll just give an example. I had a case where a trader went to KCP, and they didn't have Kenya shilling. So they had to now struggle, get Kenya shilling, convert them to dollars, convert them to Tanzania shilling, pay the trader, then the trader had to now do the same. I think not being fair to our citizens. And with those many not support the report, thank you once again for submitting.
Thank you, Honorable Kennedy. We have a member who is online and want to contribute. Honorable Gladness, you have the floor. If she's not connected. It's she online? No, so with that, we go to the chair of GP to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing an extensive debate on the budget estimates, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, before I thank all members individually, allow me to thank them, all of them who managed to get the opportunity to contribute for the positive comments and for adding value to the report of the committee. But also, Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to thank the other members who did not get the opportunity to contribute, because I know they would have also contributed very much to add more value to the community in this report. But, you know, time is not in our favor. Mr. Speaker, now to mention one by one, but because there are some issues raised, allow me to mention and then maybe mention on the issues, the ones which I would be in a position to respond to. And that one for Honorable Akol, and she raised very important matters, issues of general reserve borrowing, and the issue of the figures not matching from various reports. But what I would urge here is that the request should remain firm, that we are requesting the write-off of those borrowing that are saying that the institutions are owing to other institutions. So that we had an engagement with the SG, we need to have a fresh page on all fronts, including this matter. And the SG had noted to allude to that. That is the way we are going to move forward. But also, on the issue of donor funding, I think even the council chair mentioned yesterday that she also desires us to have more partner state financing or local financing rather than depending on donors, and that is aim that is derived from the vision of this community. Because why are we integrating? Because we want to become self-sufficient. We don't want to be to integrate to go and beg. We want to integrate to create markets and create economic opportunities for all East Africans. And for that particular reason, Mr. Speaker, the council, as I indicated earlier, but she would come, I believe, at some point to state that the issues which were raised by Honorable Akol, these are very important activities, and for integrating the community, because members of Eala do not need to speak to themselves only. We need to speak to our colleagues in the national parliament, and that is attained through the Nanyuki series. But also, she talked about having comparison between the current year and previous years to show. So that one we're going to improve our report, but also that the issue of our activities, I think they were well captured because as we were negotiating or we were presenting our issues, those were presented. I thank also my brother, Honorable Clement Musanga Batware, and he specifically was very particular on the issue of violation of Rule 32 on general reserve. But I can assure you, when we were interacting with the Secretariat, we pointed this matter, and the SG said that we have embarked a new era, and that one will never happen because there will be no violation of rules, regulations, or law. But I believe, Mr. Speaker, at some point you might give our SG also an opportunity. He might have some issues he would like to share with the House. On the issue of the Right Honorable Secretary General, Dr. Siranda Blacks, also he commented some issues, and on the issue of pro-rata contribution, expenditures, or pro-rata allocations that are mainly derived by trying to see what each institution has been allocated in the budget, and that's how it is distributed. But the SG, when we were engaging, he said that they will look at the activities which are due and which are priority, and then that's how the money will be allocated after having set aside the money for personal emoluments. Because we've seen how the personal emoluments have been affected, and we believe that now we are embarking on a new chapter where those things will never happen again. But because we're having a deep trench, we have to come from it gradually. And a communication was given to us that even according to the Secretary General, he said that he's paying the salary for June this month. And that money has been paid. So if we look into our accounts tonight, they will be credited with the amount for all members, including the new members. But for the previous months, that will also be paid gradually. So we are going to, we've been assured that deficit will be covered. So we'll be engaging in a more diplomatic and facilitative engagements. Mr. Speaker, on my sister, Honorable Kadogo, she talked about work permit waivers, which is very good and a very positive spirit. But, you know, the issue of work permits, I'd like to, you know, when we were doing some outreach, we inquired across partner states, and there was an issue of common market protocol, that there are some pending issues after the common market protocol was negotiated. There are some issues which were left to be finalized in negotiation, and one of them was harmonization of forms, fees, and procedures. And that has not happened. So I would really at this stage say that we take this observation from Honorable Kadogo. We go and also improve our report to urge the council to direct the secretariat to convene a meeting so that these pending issues in the common market protocol, including the harmonization of forms, fees, and procedures, is implemented. Mr. Speaker, in number 5 and 6, you see, there's a Honorable Fatuma. 5, Honorable Fatuma Abdallah Kange. She raised matters from the private sector and herself and many other things, but we appreciate that. And number 6 is Her Excellency Honorable Ambassador Chairperson Nakubava Mheshimiwa Ndangiza. And also we really appreciate for her observation in the issue of fast-tracking the monetary union, but not only fast-tracking. We recall when we were passing those some of the initial bills, we recommended to the council that because they were establishing institutions, these institutions will come with their budgets. Not so that now we are going to, because we've seen the practice that the same budget, we are maintaining the same budget, 0 budget increase, and additional institution we have to split again. Now we are basically creating incapacitation of the community. We should be funding the community further. But also, at this matter again, what we noted is that there was a bill which was brought by the council to the assembly. We passed it, and then the same council went and denied assent. So we went and we had to redo it. So this thing also, council, I mean, when in the council meetings, you should at least tell the
council does not deny assent.
Pardon?
Assent is by the head of state.
Not but it assented by the head of state, but upon recommendation of the council, one of the bills was denied assent, so it had to come back. Yeah, an individual partner said yes. So, but the council-sponsored bill, and what we believe is that council-sponsored bill, they have already done extensive consultations. So it's very, I mean, it's very embarrassing when the council shoots down their own bill. And then there's another thing. You see, on this one, we talked about it. We said, you know, when you are having issues of the community that are not implemented, then we are not working. But there's an issue of staffing. My sister is talking about there should be no extension of contracts, maybe, but what we should be doing is we want to achieve an environment where work is continuously done without having vacancies, and then the work is, and then there's no progress being achieved. So what we are saying, for the 5 years, maybe you cannot have the 5-year extension, but for the annual extension until a recruitment is attained, then that is more practical and acceptable, I think. But now, because that is a matter of policy, we are just members. We would like the council to consider how the best way to proceed forward to achieve. And there was a proposal from my brother, Honorable Professor Dr. Engineer Saidi Kibea, on the budget ceiling, that there was the policy, much as it is not written, but it is being practiced, of 0% budget increase, which effectively means an annual continuous decrease, because you are not increasing the budget while you are increasing operations, while we are having inflation. It means you are just decreasing the budget because the effective budget is decreased. So, Honorable Council Chair, we are pleading. Now, you being in the chair, we believe that you present sounding and convincing reasons to the fellow members of the council to increase the budget ceiling for the community. We're not talking only about Eala. We're talking about the entire community. When I was presenting the the budget report, you saw in one of the figures that the court of the community is having 72% of budget, 72% of personal emoluments. Now, that is why we're having backlog of many cases, because this court is not having capacity. Instead of having 8 sessions last year, they only had 3, actually 2.5. So, Madam Chairperson of the Council, kindly also on that one. And my brother, Honorable George Stefan Odongo, who said he was here for 8 years, actually is 9 years now. And I would remind him that when he was elected the first in April of 2017, he had to spend 8 months outside waiting to get sworn. And when we were together in the last Eala poll with my brother Odongo, they used to call him the madman in the village. The madman in the village is not a bad one. Is the one who will say, hey, your zip is open, close it. That's why. So this is saying that this community was actually suffering from a leadership crisis. And with the chairperson of the council sharing this matter, assisted by the SG, we believe now these matters of leadership are going to be resolved. Because there were so many issues affecting this community, inside out issues of discipline and others. But now, Honorable Dongo nailed it. My sister, Honorable Alodi, I think you are talking about the issue of reallocation. We said the issue of reallocation is not being done. No reallocation at all. We're maintaining the budget that was presented to us by the council. There was a convincing reason for us not to do the reallocation. We accepted. But also among the reasons is that the council undertook to go and see how they can facilitate us. And maybe they will come with a supplementary or something, but there will be something, a positive news from the council during the course of the year. Mr. Speaker, my sister, Honorable Sadia Sabit, whom my brother, Honorable Sankok, has baptized this queen. And most of the members know her by that name. She's talked about the value for audit, that the audit recommendations are made and not implemented. What I would say is at this stage is that I'm leaving that part for the chairperson of committee of accounts, because that one will come more clearly from that end. But again, she talked about issues of sanctions, and I believe there are some issues and direction of that from the heads of state, and in view of issues of the treaty. So I won't expand much on that. And my brother, Honorable Kennedy Kalonzo Musyoka, you know, when you say you have to do this, you know, you're doing this. My brother, he's talked on many issues of staffing, which are very crucial. But we believe that these issues that they've been contained in the report, the council is also, I mean, our SG informed us when we were integrated, we were interacting during the budgetary process, that he was invited, fortunately, by the chairperson of the summit, and the chairperson of the council was there, and that some clear directives from the chairperson of the summit were made, and that there'll be a way forward to expedite the recruitment. And actually, I won't talk much about it because the chairperson is here, but there's something to do with filling of those vacant positions that is going to be a very swift action by the summit, by the council is underway. And
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Honorable Heston, you want to contribute?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Some of the issues which are so critical responded by the Right Honorable Chairperson of the Council, but I just want to share with you one or two. One of the state of EAC experience during the past was that the Assembly used to invite chairperson of the summit to deliver a statement on that. Maybe we need to consider revitalizing it. That would be very important. Mr. Speaker, sir, just to make record to your perspective, as of now, there is no misuse in the General Reserve Fund. If you read the financial rules and the regulation, it's very clear that any fund which have not been utilized by 30 September, that's the close date, especially for activities which are committed. But at some point, Secretariat have requested the council to come with a policy decision that whenever we receive the fund, should first cater for the expenditures for the current financial year before we take the money, the remaining amount to the General Reserve Fund. Now, what happened now? Partner states, respective of whether they have arrears or what, whenever they are emitting money, they are ring-fencing it now. This is for this current financial year. Then our hands are tied. We are adhering to that. And I can assure this house that for almost 3 years, we have not received the arrears. On the issue of VAT refund, Mr. Speaker, we are taking this, we are going to deal with it. Likewise, on the issue of report on the development fund, we'll prepare it and submit it during the next session of the assembly. On the issue of commitment by partners, says they should explain when they're going to pay. Following the decision of the summit, we have communicated to all partner states with the arrears. One, to remit funds for this financial year. The two, to come out with the arrears payment plan. We are still following on that. On the schedule of sanction, allow me to leave it to Right Honorable Chair of the Council. The other one, Mheshimiwa, there is one on the formula. Honorable Kalonzo have asked. Well, this matter, the Minister for Finance had commissioned a consultant study to come out with a program. They came out with a proposal which was initially adopted by the summit during the 24th, but the 25th summit amended it to 50-50. But what does the formula require? Because 50% to be contributed equal. That one is super important. The other one for assessed will be assessed through the average of nominal GDP for 5 years. That's what will determine the percentage, but using the data by the right plan. So this is how we are, even before applying it, that formula, we submit it to the council for adoption, then we work on it. And this is what is happening with this, the current budget which we are considering. Honorable Speaker, I submit.
Thank you, Honorable SP. Now give the floor to you, Chair. Council.
Honorable Speaker, members, I want to thank the General Purpose Committee for their report. I want to thank the members for their contributions, the observations, and recommendations. we are going to study some of them and see how they can be implemented. I wanted, however, to touch a few issues. For the monetary union, yesterday I presented in my budget speech. If you look at page 25, it's what I said. Partner states have continued to make steady progress towards the East African Monetary Union. To date, both partner states have attained the headline inflation target of 8%. Two of the partner states have made the reserve cover requirement of 4.5 months of import. 3 have achieved the fiscal deficit, including grants, target of 3% of GDP, while 4 have complied with the public debt criterion of 50% of GDP in net value terms. These milestones demonstrate that the dream of the founders of our community is to steady coming to reality. Now, it's of course raised by Honorable Ndagisa and Honorable Musyoka that we need to move fast. I want to assure the House that when Secretary General was invited to come to the meeting with the chair of the summit, one of the things we agreed was that we should fast track the issue of the monetary union. And by the time we left, he had agreed to invite the governors of central banks, the region, to come and meet in Uganda and give guidance and way forward to fast track the process. And I want to confirm that the monetary security bill was passed and assented. Statistics bill has been passed and assented. Surveillance is still on the road. And the Financial Services Commission bill was reconsidered, but it's still in the House, I think. Somewhere in the House. So I think you need crack news to check where it is. Secondly, Honorable Dongo talked about the ideology of confederation. I'm pleased to announce that Uganda is proposing to hold a conference, a retreat on the confederation. Talk about it. The Nyuki series I support. We used to enjoy it very much. The interaction, the information sharing. I wish it would start again. We'll do it again. And then the bills which are in the graveyard, I told the accounts committee this morning, but we are going to look for them and see if they can be revived and completed. The recruitment we undertook and formed the committees that we had a meeting with the head of the summit. We agreed to fast track 95 days and then use it in a very short time so that the critical ones are filled early enough. So I think those are community. By the way, the PWC, I want to some disappointed that we have to talk about this matter. I came with my president, who's in the wheelchair, does not proceed. So it's a matter of which I think I would also like to everybody. We need to make sure the place is accessible and students with members, really. Whatever members are, look at the numbers and respect the road barrier. Take it to this place, something so we agree that we should find into the site inputs so that members can get acclimatized with what is going on in the region and talk from the point of knowledge. Otherwise, I want to practice that and all the members of the accommodations.
Thank you, Honorable Minister and for Chair, honorable members. I now put the question that this assembly will resolve itself into a committee of supply that and approve EAC budget estimates of expenditure for financial year 2026, 2027, and Committee of Ways and Means approve the financial statements for the revenue of expenditure for the EAC budget for financial year 2026, 2027. Looking paper say aye. Aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Proceed to
Item number 4, Committee of Supply, Committee of Ways and Means. We have proceeded to the Committee of Supply. We shall start with vote 001. Yes, Secretary.
I now propose the question that the total sum of USD 59,761,008 USD and about 001 be provided for expenses of the East African Community Secretariat, including the Defense Liaison Office and the Directorate of Customs and Trade for the financial year 2026-2027. Chair. I now put the question that the total sum of US 59,761,000 and about 001 provided for the expenses of East African Community, including the Liquid Office and the Directorate of Customs for financial year 2026. I say aye. People say aye.
Vote 002, East African Court of Justice.
I now propose that professionally that the total sum of 7,800 and about be provided for the financial year. I now put the question that the total sum of US 7,000 and about
Vote 003, East African Legislative Assembly.
The fourth operation, but the total sum I now that the total sum of 19,162,000 and 80 USD, vote under portfolio provided with expenses of East African Assembly for the financial year 2026, 2027. Those in favor say aye. Those against say B.
Vote 004, Lake Victoria Basin Commission.
It proposed the operation that a total sum of USD 7,015,778 USD under vote 004 be provided for expenses of Victoria Basin Commission for the financial year 2026-27. I now put the question that the total sum of USD 7,708 USD under vote 004 be provided for expenses of the Victoria Basin Commission for financial year 2026 and 27. When people say aye, to the contrary say nay. Yes, have it.
Vote 005, Inter-University Council for East Africa.
I propose the question that a total sum of 9,332,070 USD under vote 005 be provided for the University Inter-University Council for the East Africa for the financial year 2026-2027. I now put the question that a total sum of USD 9,332,070 USD under vote 005 be provided for the Inter-University Council for East Africa for the financial year 2026-2027. Those in favor say aye. To the contrary say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 006, Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization.
I now propose that a total sum of USD 2,247,953 USD under vote 006 be provided for the expenses of the Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization for the financial year 2026-2027. I now put the question that a total sum of USD 2,247,953 USD under vote 006 be provided for the expenses of Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization for the financial year 2026-2027. Those in favor say aye. Who the point say no? Ayes have it.
Vote 007, East African Science and Technology Commission.
I propose the question that a total sum of USD 2,605,675 USD under vote 007 be provided for expenses of the East Africa Science and Technology Commission for the financial year 2027. I put the question that a total sum of USD 2,685,675 under vote 007 be provided for the expenses of East African Science and Technology Commission for the financial year 2027. When in favor say aye. To the front say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 008, East African Swahili Commission.
I propose the question that a total sum of USD 1,641,145 USD under vote 008 be provided for the expenses of the East African Swahili Commission for financial year 2026-2027. I now put the question that a total sum of USD 1,641,145 USD under vote 008 be provided for expenses of this African Swahili Commission for the financial year 2026-2027. Those in favor say aye. Against say nay. Ayes have it.
Vote 009, East African Health Research Commission.
I propose the question that a total sum of USD 2,348,904 under vote 009 be provided for expenses of East African Health Research Commission for the financial year 2026-2027. I now put the question that the total sum of USD 2,348,904 USD under vote 009 be provided for the expenses of East African Health Research Commission for financial year 2026-2027. Those in favor say aye. To the contrary say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 010, East African Community Competition Authority.
I propose the question that a total sum of USD 1,661,167 under vote 010 be provided for the expenses of East African Community Competition Authority for the financial year 2026, 2027. I now put the question that a total sum of $1,661,167 under vote 010 be provided for expenses of East African Community Competition Authority for financial year 2027. Who's in favor say aye? Who the contrary say nay? Ayes have it. Honorable members, this was the last vote in the total of approved budget of the defense is USD 110,863,576. This is the total.
Proceeding with Committee of Ways and Means. And there is a motion for approval of the financial statements of revenue and expenditure for financial year 2026, 2027. Motion.
I would move that the Committee on Ways and Means approve the motion of the financial statement to the revenue of expenditure for the year's budget for financial 2027. I would move.
You have secondized? The whole house. The whole house. Honorable members, the motion is seconded. The motion is that the financial statements of revenue and expenditure of the community for financial year 2026, 2027 be approved. I now put the question that the financial statements of revenue and expenditure of the community for the financial year 2026, 2027 be approved. Those in favor say aye. Those say nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for the House to resume.
Honorable Chair, the Council.
Honorable Chair, I would move that the House will resume the Committee of the whole House really for their.
Again, we have seconders. They are there. Thank you. Honorable members, the motion is for the House to resume. And the Committee of Supply and the Committee of Ways and Means reports there too. I now put the question that the Committee of Supply and the Committee of Ways and Means reports there too. Those in favor say aye. Those can say nay. The ayes have it.
Right, Honorable, there's a clarification I need here. This is Gideon. There's an error in the calculation in the schedule. There's an increase of $2 in the budget. the whole calculation, here it is 110,853,576. Here, the correct one is 110,803,578. 578. Chair of PP. Correct? If correctly amended, when we amend it.
Yeah, we'll check that.
Report of the Committee of Supply and Committee of Ways and Means.
Chair of the council. Votes.
Madam Speaker, members, I read the report by the Committee of Supply Equipment has considered the structural implementation bill as part of it.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of Supply and the Committee of Ways and Means. Honorable Chair, you the motion.
Honorable Speaker, members, I will move that the House do adopt the report of the committee, the whole House, of the Ways and Means. The report, the Committee of the Ways and Means, Committee of Supply and Committee of Ways and Means.
We have seconders again. Yes, you have. Honorable members, the motion is for the House adopt the report of the Committee of Supply in the Committee of Ways and
Procedure.
I now put the question. That the report of the Committee of Supply in the Committee of Ways and Means be adopted. Those in favor say aye. What do we say? The ayes have it.
Item number 5.
Procedure.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having further checked the arithmetics.
Yes.
As alluded by our colleague Honorable Gideon Platman. Indeed, the total, there is a shortage of $2.
$2.
Yes. So the report be amended with the $2. So we have either adopted with that amendment for $2.
Yes, so I go back.
Thank you.
Honorable members, the motion is for the House, but the report of the Committee of Supply and Committee of Ways and Means amended. I now put the question that the report of the Committee of Supply and Committee of Ways and Means being adopted as amended. Those in favor say aye. You won't say nay. Ayes have it.
Order number 5. The East African Community Appropriation Bill 2026 for second reading by way of motion.
Honorable Chair, the Council move the motion.
No, Speaker and members, I'd like to move that the East African Community Occupation Bill 2026 be read for the second time.
You have seconders?
No seconder.
The whole House. Honorable members, the motion on the floor is that East African Community Appropriation Bill 2026. Justification. Do you have justifications? If you don't have, do you have justification? You can proceed.
Justification is in the bill. It is for purpose of appropriating the sum of United States dollars 110,813,578 that if we allowed out the budget to community, which expect to the open constitution of the community, as specified in the schedule, financial 25 June 2027.
So, honorable members, the motion is that East African Community Appropriation 2026 be read for the second time. I now call the chair of the General Purpose Committee to present the committee's report. And if it doesn't have, you will.
Mr. Speaker, having gone through the Committee of Ways and Means and Supply and having both committees reporting to the House, there's no additional reports other than those which have already been reported. So I propose that we move with the order paper as planned, that the bill be read for the second time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable members, the motion has been moved and the committee have already reported. The date is okay. I now put the question. That East African Community Appropriation Bill 2026 be read for the second time.
Procedure, right, Honorable. It is a council chair to move the motion. Honorable Chair of the committee was just to give his position, but the motion should be moved formally.
The chair of the council has already moved the motion. I had put the question I was going to ask, but let me go back again. I now put the question that East African Community Appropriation Bill 2026 read for second time. Those in favor say aye. To the contrary say nay. Ayes have it.
Second reading of the bill, the East African Community Appropriation Bill 2026. Bill committee stage. The East African Community Appropriation Bill 2026 is in committee, and we shall start with clause 1. Clause 1 being the short title and commencement.
I propose that clause 1 be part of the bill. Chairs, do you have amendments? I now put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. To the contrary say nay. As have it.
We proceed to clause 2. Clause 2 is about appropriation for financial year ending 30th of June 2027.
I propose that clause 2 be part of the bill.
No, but Chair.
Yes.
Propose that we add $2, 78 to the seat.
The chair of the council said that we have to add $2. Then it will be. I now put the question that clause 2 be part of the bill as amended for the $2. Yes, you have the floor.
Yes, just to be clear, because what the chair council is suggesting is that we read the full clause and the last figure there, instead of reading in words, instead of reading 6, should read 8. So meaning that the appropriation, I'm just reading, that the appropriation of the sum of United States dollars 110,807,578. 578 would be the correct quantity. So just for clarity, I wanted to put on record. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Okay, I had said that as a maybe. Yes.
I made the amendment. Read for first amendment. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. I'm fine.
I now put the question that goes to be part of the bill as amended. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. As had it.
The schedule representing the votes.
I propose that the schedule be part of the bill.
Yeah, no. Yeah. Yes, Honorable Chair. Okay, let me do it on behalf of the chair. Honorable Chair, the schedule total should read 110,863,578 as amended. I did put a mix.
Honorable Chairs, any argument with that?
That was the input of what I wanted to say.
It's okay. I propose that the schedule be part of the bill as amended. I now put the question that the schedule be part of the bill as amended. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay.
The preamble.
I propose that the preamble be part of the bill. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The preamble, so the total should be
amended. I propose that the preamble be part of the bill as amended. I now put the question that the preamble be part of the bill as amended. Those in favor say aye. To the contrary say nay. The ayes have it.
The title.
I propose that the title be part of the bill as amended. I now put the question that the title be part of the bill as amended. Those in favor say aye. Those who say nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for the House to resume.
Chair of the Council of move your motion.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, the members, I beg to move that the House will resume and the Committee of the Whole House report thereto.
Seconders. The whole House, thank you. The motion is for the House to resume and the Committee of the Whole House reports thereto. I now put the question that the House to resume and the committee of the whole house votes. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it.
Okay. What about the motion for adoption?
Report from the committee of the whole house.
Chair of the council report.
Madam Speaker, members of the House, I'd like to report that the committee of the whole House considered the bill entitled East African Community Cooperation Bill 2026 and made one amendment and adjustment of $2 to the total sum, making it $110 million, 833,578. I'd like to know.
Motion for adoption of the report from the committee of the whole house.
Honorable Chair, move your motion.
I beg to move that the report be adopted.
Seconders, again, the whole house. The motion on the floor is that the report of the committee of the whole house be adopted. I now put the question that the report of the committee of the whole house be adopted. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it.
Item number 7 on the order paper, the East African Community Appropriation Bill 2026 for third reading by vote motion.
Chair.
Honorable Speaker, members, I beg to move that the bill entitled East African Community Operation Bill be read for the third time and do pass.
Are you seconding? Yes, you are seconding. Now you can proceed to the justification. If there is any justification, honorable members.
No, Mr. Speaker, I made that justification when I was presenting the second reading.
Honorable members, the motion on the floor is that the East African Community Appropriation Bill 2026 be read for the third time and do pass. Honorable members, the motion on the floor is that East African Community Appropriation Bill 2026 be read for the third time and do pass. I now put the question. Those in favor say aye. To the contrary say nay. The ayes have it.
Third reading of the bill. A bill for an act entitled the East African Community Appropriation Act 2026. An act of the community to appropriate a sum of United States dollars 110,863,578 out of the budget of the community to meet the expenditure for the organs and institutions of the community.
And we have it. It's time to congratulate again our chair of the Council of Ministers. We congratulate you, Honorable Chair of the Council of Ministers, again, for successfully steering in the Assembly the EAC budget for the next financial year. This has been one of the smoothest processes we have had regarding the passage of the budget. You have done very well. She has done very well. I also wish to thank my members for a job well done. I thank the Committee on GP for its wonderful work on the budget. I also take the opportunity to thank the Honorable SG again for being available to support the work of the committee. I also extend my gratitude to the organs and institutions for finding the time to address the concerns of the committee. We expect even a better report next year as we strive to improve. Now that the EAC budget has passed, it's now for you, the EAC, to mobilize these resources so that EAC work can continue. We hope that all partner states and developing partners can send their contributions. We also do not expect the approved funds to be diverted to settle previous financial year's activities, as it causes lack of salaries, lack of gratuities, and the non-implementation of budget activities, among others, as it is with the current year situation. Chairperson of the Council, you may wish to know that these Eala have made sacrifices through cost cutting. They are all flying colleagues. They have sacrificed economy class. They have cut some refreshments. They have reduced even cars on transport cars and others, just because we needed to save, to implement more activities, and to pay service providers. All these being for the good cause of the school. This is very important. This is a signal that we, our maybe, are more committed to all of this community. Thank you. This is what I wanted to add. And before we proceed, we have a guest at the gallery that you have to recognize. We have Ambassador.
Honorable Speaker, procedure.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
I would like to move a motion.
I had the two voices, but you are the one.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Under Rule 30, I want to move for matter of emergency to suspend Rule 11.1 so that we can go and complete the matter on the order of the fact.
You have seconders? So, honorable members, I put the question that those who are supporting that motion, they say aye. So they can say nay. The ayes have it. So we recognize Ambassador Anne Katusime, who is the counsel for Uganda in Arusha. Thank you. Let's proceed.
Item number 8 on the order paper. Report of the Committee on Accounts on the audited accounts for the financial year ended 30th of June 2024.
Procedure. Yes. Procedure, the motion for Honorable Kibea was seconded. And
yes, it was. So now I give the floor to the chair of the committee on account to move the motion.
Right Honorable Speaker, sir, I beg to move the motion that the report of the financial year ended 2024 be adopted.
You have seconders? You have seconders? Then you can proceed by justification.
In compliance with the Article 134, subsection 3 of the Treaty of the Establishment of the East African Community, the Chair Council laid before the Assembly the reports of the Audit Commission for the EAC organs and institutions and projects for the financial year ended 30th June 2024. Accordingly, and the committee scrutinized the audit accounts and the report was prepared for presentation to the House. I beg to
proceed.
Right Honorable Speaker, sir, in accordance with the provisions of Article 134 of the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community, the chairperson of the EAC Council of Ministers on 7th October 2025 in Arusha, United Republic of Tanzania, laid before the Assembly during the first meeting of first session of the Fifth Assembly the following reports of the Audit Commission for the ES organs, institutions, projects, programs for the year ended 30th June 2024. The list of organs and institutions are listed below. In accordance with Rule 74, subsection 1, Rule 81, subsection C, and Annex 5, subsection A of the Rules of Procedures of the Assembly, the Right Honorable Speaker referred the audited reports to the Committee on Accounts for review. The committee met for this purpose from 17th to 31st October 2025 in Arusha, Tanzania, and produced a report. The report covers the committee's findings, observations, and recommendations on issues raised. During the review and consideration of the Audit Commission report on the financial statements for the East African Community organs and institutions for the year ended 30th June 2024. Issues presented were examined and recommendations were proposed. The total community budget was 117,764,662, and the actual expenditure was 75,369,383.68. Hence, an overall budget performance of 64%. In general, the observed low budget absorption was due to delay and non-remittances of funds continue to negatively impact the effective implementation of planned activities of the EAC organs, institutions, and projects and programs. This calls for proper budgetary planning, coherence, consistency, and budgeting process. Key audit issues in the report include significant outstanding partner states contributions from DRC, Republic of South Sudan, Republic of Burundi, and long outstanding VAT recoverable from partner states. Misalignment of strategic plans of ESCG, Eala, IACA, and the 6th ESC development strategy, and weak fragmented monitoring and evaluation systems. There is a significant amount of outstanding creditors to the ESC Secretariat, Eala, LOVBC, and USEA. The committee noted that there's serious concerns understaffing in all organs and institutions. Additionally, there is a significant level of non-implementation of previous audit recommendations across Eala, LOVBC, USEA, IACA, East Africa Research Commission, and ESTICO. There was absence of digital and reliable system to accurately record staff attendance and control employee movements and deficiencies in administrative financial management system. Furthermore, there was a high level of case confidence in the court. The committee observed the delays in assent bills, which negatively affected the Assembly's legislative performance. There was non-compliance with the grant for funding agreement for LOV4, which may damage the relationship between LOV4 and development partners and non-operational authorization of LOVPC Act 2022. The Audit Commission issued unqualified audit opinions on financial statements of EAC organs, institutions, and projects. This means that the financial statements presented fairly in all material aspects, financial positions of entities as at 30th June 2024. The financial performance and cash flow for the period then ended were in accordance with international public sector accounting standards. However, despite the unqualified opinion, the performance of organs, institutions, and projects continue to decline. This should be viewed alongside the broader operation challenges highlighted in the report. The committee further observes that challenges relating to program implementation, outstanding obligation, staff constraints, and implementation of previous audit recommendations. These issues warrant continued attention to the issue that financial compliance is matched by effective institutional performance. The committee further notes that the Audit Commission is constituted by the Office of the Auditor General of the partner states and therefore accord significant weight to its findings and recommendations. The recurrence of several audit findings across reporting periods underscores the need for stronger implementation and accountability mechanisms to ensure sustained improvement across the community. Honorable members, I'm reading a summary of the audited report. So some activities that have been noted in the general purpose report, I'll not repeat them. And you should note that this is a standard structured report. So some activities in these reports, I don't need to elaborate much about them. So 2.02 is objectives of the activity. I'll not go in detail. 3.0 is methodology of the report. I'm not going into detail. 4.0, key findings on the financial statements of EAC organs, institutions, projects, program for the financial year ended the 30th June. Funding sources, as you are all aware, the EAC sources of fundings are partners, partner states and donors. Then we have a table showing the budget analysis for the years 2023 and 2024. And the total budget for 2023, it is 117,741,802. And then the total budget for 2024 was 117,764,662. And then we have the budget trajectory for the financial year 2013-2022. The budget trajectory for it is trying to show you the budget movement. That is 2013, showing you that in 2013, we had a budget of 133,349,402. And then it is also showing you that in 2024, the budget was 117,764,662. So the purpose is just to show you the budget movement. Then on page 7, we have also a chart of budget movement showing how the budget has not been stable, moving up, going up, down. And then 4.3, we have budget performance of 2023-2024. And then our budget performance shows that the financial year ended 30th 2024, The total approved budget of the country, of the community was 117,774. 662. However, the organs and institutions of the community managed to absorb only 75,369,383.68, representing an overall absorption rate of 64%. This implies that the community could not implement 36 of its planned activities during the respective year. The committee observed that the low absorption rate was associated with late remittances of some partner states, staffing challenges, delay in procurement, among other things, which may enable the community to achieve its planned objectives. 4.4 is talking about outstanding contributions from partner states. As you are all aware that in the year 2024, we had outstanding contributions from partner states at 30th June 2024. The table is showing the partner states and their outstanding, but I think here I'll just read the total. So the total outstanding in the year 2024 was 53,467,886. And then in 2023, the outstanding was 37,968,462. So the table is trying to show you the outstanding for each partner state and then the total outstanding. And then I'll go straight on the recommendations because the observations that we are having, our recommendations are derived from the observations. So the observations that we have are the partner states fulfill their outstanding contributions, follow up on the outstanding contributions through time and continuous reminders and engagements with respective partner states. 3, enforce sanctions accordance with Article 143 of the Treaty of the partner states reporting in remittances of contribution to EHC. And this one, so many members have talked about it, but the treaty talks about it in Article 143 that we should enforce sanctions and penalties to non-paying partner states. On page 9, 4.5, we have outstanding creditors. So we have a table showing each institution and organ, the amount of money which is outstanding to the creditors. So the total outstanding is 4,501,653. That is year 2024. And then the year 2023, we have 4,400,781. So the purpose of the table is to show you that the creditors are increasing year by year. So that's why we show you table 24 and 2023. I'll go straight to the recommendations of creditors. Recommendation number 1, settle payables in timely manner and develop payment plans in engaged in agreement with creditors to clear outstanding obligations. Establish a commitment control system which aligns with the budget with procurement. Allocation from reserve fund should prioritize payment of outstanding creditors. Then we have outstanding tax recoverables. This is something to do with VAT. So we have a summary of unrefunded VAT. So the summary of unrefunded VAT is showing all institutions, all organs, how much is outstanding to them. So the total outstanding VAT is 6 million. That is for the year 2024, is 6,400,766. And then in 2023, the outstanding VAT is 5,760,363. The purpose of the table is to show you that each year the VAT is increasing. We shall go to page 11, the recommendations for the VAT to urge partner states directly, immediately meet VAT refunds to the various organs and institutions of EAC, enforce immunities and privileges protocol to ensure harmonization of privileges and immunities that are accorded to EAC organs and institutions, ring-fence VAT recovered from the revenue authorities in the reserve fund for appropriation for the assembly before expending it by EAC organs and institutions. Then 4.3, it is status of implementation of prior year's audit recommendation. The table below shows you the status of implementation of the previous audit per organization, per institution, per projects. And then the recommendation that we have here, the committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to ensure that all outstanding recommendations in the EAC organs and institutions are fully implemented, provide quarterly reports to the Assembly on the status of implementation of previous audit recommendations, and enforce accountability measures on Eala, LOV4, UZEA, IACA, East Africa Research Commission, for management for poor performance on implementation of previous year audit recommendation. Then 4.8 talks about misalignment of the 6th EAC developmental strategy, 2021-2022 to 2025-2026, and gaps in implementation of EAC vision 2050. So this one is talking about that the new partner states that have just been admitted in the region, our strategic development plan does not include them. And then the recommendations are review the EAC development strategy to integrate the Democratic Republic of Congo and Federal Republic of Somalia, and align harmonized EAC organs and institutions strategic plans with EAC development strategy and EAC vision 2050. 4.9 talks about inadequacies in monitoring and evaluation framework. So this is a problem of not having a monitoring and the evaluation officer. So the committee recommends review the M1F framework of the 6th development strategy to provide a comprehensive and actionable process for assessing implementation of the outcomes. Fast track the recruitment of monitoring and evaluation staff in order to address the above anomalies. Strengthen the monitoring and evaluation in all EAC organs and institutions. Then 4.10 talks about ratification of protocols by new EAC members. Here we are recommending that the committee recommends the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to fast track execution of comprehensive roadmap for integrating new members to the community. 4.11, unclear division of responsibility between the East Africa Health Research Commission and EAC Health Department of EAC. This point talks about that there is duplication of duties. The East Africa Health Research Commission is doing the same roles as those of the Department of EAC Secretariat. So members recommend to the Council of the Ministers that the committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to direct EAC Secretariat to expedite the implementation of directives issued by Sectoral Council of Ministers of Health to enable relevant authorities to access appropriate information for decision making. What are they trying to say? They are saying that the institution, the East Africa Research Commission, and the Health Department, both of them, they are doing the same role and doing a disservice to the community. And they want the Council of Ministers to give a guideline and then segregate the duties that the two institutions and the department are doing. 4.12, delayed implementation of approved DSC organizational structure and lack of succession planning. The chairperson GP has talked about this issue of delayed implementation of approved DSC organizational structure and lack of succession planning. But the committee's recommendations here are establish a clear, sustainable HR framework, including succession planning to enhance staff management and productivity, prioritize financial resources for implementation of approved organizational structure and enforce implementation of succession planning. We have 4.13, understaffing in the ES organs and institutions. This issue has been debated a lot, and even the chairperson has talked about, but my only concern is we are passing the budget, and the budget which we are passing it to the institutions and organs which do not have staff. So the implementation is going to be very difficult because by the end of this year, some of these institutions and organs and departments will have 0 staff. Committee recommendation. The committee recommends the Assembly to urge the Council Minister to direct Secretariat Management to fast track the remittance of outstanding partner states contributions, prioritize recruitment for critical positions, expedite the implementation of institutional review report by lifting the moratorium on recruitment and fill vacant positions within ESC organs and institutions. 4.14 talks about absence of systems for monitoring employee attendance. This issue is something to do with governance, and it takes us back to the same issue of staffing. So the committee recommends to implement digital reliable employee control system to accurately record staff attendance and control employee movements. Integrate the attendance system with the performance management system of ES staff. Regularly review the attendance records and institute a disciplinary measure in compliance with ES staff rules and regulations to support operational efficiency. 4.15, weaknesses in expenditure. Still, this is a problem with poor financial management. The committee recommends the Assembly to urge the Council to ensure adequate supervision and guidance to the Secretariat management and enforce compliance on financial management. Review internal control system and institute effective control measures. Implement a risk management system to strengthen financial management in the community. Ensure that the EAC Secretariat management reprimands staff implicated in financial mismanagement and fast track the assent to the EAC Integrity and Anti-Corruption Bill 2023 and enact the EAC Public Finance Management Act, strengthen Eala oversight mandate. Here, members of the committee, they emphasize that the staff who may close to the organization or to the project, they will be accountable for the losses they have made to the institution. So that is staff. Strengthen, that is to ensure that the EAC Secretariat management reprimands staff implicated in financial management, and also fast track the assent the EAC integrity and anti-corruption bill. So the anti-corruption bill is not yet presented to, so members are requesting that let this anti-corruption bill be assented to. It will solve so many issues in line with corruption. 4.16, weaknesses of automated financial management system. This is something to do with ICT. There are so many problems in ICT that our systems don't talk to each other. Committee recommendations, adjust system settings to make sure calculations and postings are accurate, ensure effective utilization of management system, necessary adjustment, clear differences arising from noted errors, integrate the system to operate in standardized manner and prevent audit interference that disrupts data integrity, strengthen system of controls related to the financial management flows, process, and the asset management. 4.17, failure to define regional integrated support program to common project for Eastern and Southern Africa. So this query is about a project called RSP that borrowed money from COMESA, euro 178.917, and they have not refunded. So the committee recommends that the Council of Ministers direct Secretariat Management to make an immediate action to reimburse the RSP funds to COMESA and comply with the financial agreements. 4.18, outstanding borrowing from General Reserve. The Audit Commission reported that the total US dollars 1,896,653 borrowed from the General Reserve remained outstanding as 30th June 2024. The Audit Commission noted that some partner states are not contributing areas in order to enable organs and institutions repay funds borrowed from the General Reserve. Committee recommendation. The committee recommends ensure that borrowing from the General Reserve is subjected to the Council approval and that the practice is formally sanctioned to prevent recurrence in the future. Ensure that organs and institutions refund the borrowed funds to the General Reserve. 4.19, weaknesses in asset management. This is also a governance issue. The committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to ensure that the ESC Secretary Management prioritizes development of all modules to ensure effective asset management, enforce staff compliance with asset management procedures. 4.20, delay in construction of multipurpose for Eastern Africa statistics training. The Audit Commission reported that the construction of multipurpose hall for Eastern African Statistics Training Center was planned to be carried out in the financial year under review, and a budget of US $300 million was located. However, the Audit Commission noted that the construction of the purpose hall was not implemented and had not registered significant delays, although the procurement of consultant services for architectural and structural design and construction supervision was initiated. Committee observation. The planned objective, the planned project objective will not be achieved due to delayed procurement process. Committee recommendation. The committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers direct Secretariat Management to provide the project process implementation report, hold individuals accountable for the project delays. And on this very matter, in our budget, which we've just passed, there is a recommendation saying that we should add the East African Statistics Training Center. And then here we have the query that the money which was allocated to them, $300,000 US was not put to use, meaning that it was not used and it's most likely to go back to the donors. So the question to ourselves is that should we add them money and yet the first money which was allocated to them was not put to good use? So committee recommendation here, provide the project progress reports and then hold individuals accountable for the project delays. 4.21, irregular procurement and payment for services provided during the 23rd audit summit of ESC heads of state. This issue is in line with not following the procurement procedures. The Audit Commission reported that all procurement requirements for the services rendered totaling US 90,648.20 for 23rd Summit of EAC Heads of State, held from 23rd to 24th November 2024, were not forwarded for procurement unit contract regulation 50A of the EAC Financial Rules and Regulations 2012. The Audit Commission further noted that expenditure commitment without planning and confirmation of availability of funds, namely LOPO 0241, 9,735,000 issued to Little Roses on 21st November 2024 for the services and LOPO number 024117 of US dollars 1,666 issued fresh and more on 16 November 2023 in respect of commercial consumer laws. Further, no documentary evidence of the signed contract was provided for audit. The Audit Commission noted that anomalies such as lack of evidence of competitive bidding, failure to approval, direct procurement method prior to commencement of procurement, irregular retrospective approved by procurement committee, and lack of goods received note, inspection, and committee reports. So this particular query was about not following the procurement procedures. So the committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to direct Secretariat Management to take disciplinary actions against individuals who failed to comply with procurement procedures. 4.22. Irregularities on procurement of motor vehicle by East African Court of Justice. This is also the same problem, and they never followed the procurement guidelines. The Audit Commission reported that repayment of US dollars 94,722 was made by ECG Management for purchase of motor vehicles, Land Cruiser EXL H station wagon from Toyota Tanzania Limited. However, the Audit Commission noted that anomalies such as non-submission of appointment letters for bid opening panel and bid opening report and procurement committee approved the tender 5 months after expiry of tender validity period, non-approval by procurement committee for the contract variation of US dollars 4,697. Lack of advance payment, guarantee payment made without a signed contract, and delayed delivery of procured motor vehicle. Committee recommendations. The committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to direct EAC management to ensure that individuals who occasioned the loss of US dollars 4,697 be held accountable. 4.27, law place at dispensation of justice. A lot has been discussed about the East African Court of Justice. And then here we have 200 cases. That was 2024. 200 cases that had been pending for the periods ranging from 3 months to 9 years. And they have 233 cases which are not scheduled, and that was 2024. But now I hear in 2025, the cases have doubled. So if they have doubled, they are around 500 cases compared to 2024. So the committee recommends provide adequate funding to enable East African Court of Justice to clear the backlog of cases, promptly recruit judicial officers to strengthen the judicial capacity, facilitate the East African Court of Judges to permanently reside in Arusha, implement their decision to guarantee financial and administrative autonomy to East African Court of Justice. 4.24. Delays noted between bill enactment by the Assembly and assent by the Summit. The Audit Commission noted that 19 bills had been enacted by Parliament in prior years, but not assented to by the Summit at 30th June 2024. Further analysis revealed that some of these bills were enacted over 10 years ago. Committee observations. The delayed assent, the EAC bill reflects negatively on the Assembly legislative performance, thereby hindering the community's effort to fully attain the objective of which it was established. Committee recommendations. The committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to provide a report on the status of the bills pending assent, ensure timely assent to the bills. And on this issue of the bill, I think among the bills here, the 19 bills, at least 2 have been assented to, the appropriation bill and the Statistics Bureau bill. So in the next 2 reports, I think that query of the 2 bills will be dropped to not appear. 4.25, slow progress on implementation of Eala Strategic Plan 2019-2024. The Audit Commission reported that although 2019-2024 strategic plan period has expired, limited progress has been achieved towards establishing a fully functional common market, customs union, and monetary union, and thereby hindering regional integration. The Audit Commission noted that while the treaty envisions a political federation, only preliminary steps toward the confederation have been taken, with significant progress stalled pending the adoption of legal instrument and the required amendment to the EAC treaty. We have here recommendations. The recommendations are, in some instances, I'm not reading observations because if the case is so simplified, we don't need to repeat ourselves. I just go straight to the recommendations by the committee. The committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to strengthen the follow-ups of the bills submitted to partner states for assent in accordance with Article 63 of the treaty. Table a legislative program to be considered by the Assembly during each financial year, and clear deliverables and monitoring of consultancy. And this is also a case to do with Lake Victoria Basin Commission. It's a case to do with a contract, and then the committee recommended Lake Victoria Basin Commission that include all deliverables, milestones, and KPIs in the time-based contracts, and undertake cost-benefit analysis of consultants' payments to guide future consultants in arrangements. 4.27, lack of statutory instruments to operationalize the LVBC Act 2022. The Audit Commission observed that more than 2 years since the gazettement of the Act, the Commission had not finalized the development of the various instruments, including financial rules, regulations, and staff rules and regulations to effectively operationalize the Act. In addition, the Commission has not customized the key regulations relating to the financial and staff rules to reflect the operating environment in the Commission. Committee observed non-compliance with the legal requirements of the Act and inefficient process due to the absence of standardized procedures. Committee recommendation. The committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to direct LVBC management to fast-track the development of the necessary regulations, guidelines, and procedural documents required to operationalize the Act for approval. Non-compliance with the grant co-funding agreement. The Audit Commission reported that contrary to Section 2.2 of the grant agreement on sources of funding, which stipulates that the recipient and the partners must provide a total cash contributions of 500 million for the project as part of the co-funding agreement. The LOV4 did not fulfill its obligation to contribute 500 million towards the project activities as stipulated in the agreement. Committee observation. LOV4 did not comply with its grant co-funding agreement because management was waiting for a supplementary budget to fulfill the obligations. By dishonoring the grant co-funding agreement, LOV4 risks prompting its counterpart to withdraw, thereby potentially jeopardizing implementation for planned activities. Committee recommendation. The committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers direct LOV4 management to promptly mobilize the necessary funds to fully comply with the terms of grant agreement and safeguard continued support from the development partners. 4.29. Irregularities related to full-day conference services by ESTICO. The Audit Commission reported that ESTICO used the request for quotation procurement method to tender worth US dollars 41,875, which exceeds the prescribed threshold. The Audit Commission noted that ESTICO inviting the bidders to submit their quotation before approval of procurement requisition form and failed to notify the unsuccessful bidders about the evaluation results of their quotations. The Audit Commission further noted that the quoted prices of US 41,875 exactly match the estimated budget of the tender, raising concerns of coincidence and that ESTICO failed to award the tender to the lowest bidder with a quotation of Kenyan shillings 5,509,500, equivalent to US dollars 34,263.06. Committee observation. Although ESTICO lacked funds at the time, circumstances did not constitute an emergency. The principle of fairness, transparency, and value for money were not adequately considered in awarding of the tender. Committee recommendations. The committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to direct ESTICO management to ensure that individuals who mismanage the procurement be held accountable for the losses. Conclusion. The committee noted, notwithstanding the unqualified audit opinions issued on the financial statements of all ES organs and institutions, significant challenges continue to undermine the effectiveness attainment of the community's strategic objectives. Key concerns include persistent delays, non-remittances of partner states, contributions, weak implementation of previous audit recommendations, understaffing, procurement, financial management, irregularities, delay to assent to bills, weak monitoring and evaluation system, and outdated or fragmented institutional systems. The committee is also concerned that the recurring nature of these findings points to systematic governance and accountability, and financing weaknesses that require urgent intervention by the Council of Ministers. Partner states and management of respective organs and institutions. The committee therefore urges the timely implementation of recommendations contained in this report to strengthen the effectiveness, enhance accountability, safeguard public resources, and accelerate the realization of the East African Community Integration Agenda and Vision 2050. Acknowledgements. The committee wishes to thank the Right Honorable Speaker, the Audit Commission, the clerk, and management of various organs and institutions for the excellent facilitation accorded to it while executing its mandate. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to report.
Honorable members, the motion is that the report of the Committee on Accounts on the EA's audited account for the financial year ended 30th June 2024 be adopted. Debate is open, but I give the floor to those non-members of the Committee of Account.
Motion.
Motion.
Right, Honorable Speaker. First of all, I would like to appreciate the chair of the Committee of Accounts for coming up with this wonderful report. I'm raising a motion that the chair, having read the report fully, very detailed, and right honorable speaker, aware that we actually came to this house as early as 8 in the morning, and the calories have really gone low. I was moving a motion.
We have procedure there from.
But motion,
Honorable
I still
Ngoli.
on a motion.
Mr. Speaker, our rules are very clear that if you have a motion, then you have to invoke the rules and tell the member under which provision of the rule that you are raising your motion. Honorable member here has not told us any provision that is supporting his motion. We are not aware of the motion is what the motion is all about.
Chair. Chair of Rules, I am actually moving this motion under Rule 30. Rule 30. Rule 30 on a motion without notice. And I hope that you'll be satisfied by that. And the motion, right, Honorable Speaker, is that looking at the importance of this report, would you
motion without notice on
Yes.
which item? Because we have A, B, C, D till M. Which one?
So, this is, right, Honorable Speaker, I'm moving under Rule 30 L.
L.
Yes.
Which is?
That this report that has been presented by the chair of the Public Accounts Committee is a report of public importance and needed a thorough debate when we are fresh and having arrived in these chambers as early as 8 a.m. in the morning, because we're doing other parliamentary business besides coming to plenary itself. I would like to move that we adjourn and debate this motion fully on Friday. Now, that's the motion I'm moving, right, Honorable Speaker. Honorable members.
You have seconders? No one. So we.
Yes.
You have only 2 seconders. So I now put to the question that those who are in favor of a motion, they say aye. Those who are against say nay. The nay. So, honorable members, those who want to contribute, we take your names. We have Honorable Matthias.
I'm online, Honorable.
Honorable Gladness.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Gladness, you had disappeared, huh?
No, I'm online. I think it's a connection, right, Honorable Speaker.
Those are Gideon and Caroline. And the last one will take 6. Who? Okay, there are 5. That's all. We will start with the Honorable Gladness, who maybe will lose his connection.
Thank you, right, Honorable Speaker. I hope I can be heard.
Honorable Gladness, are you a member of account committee?
Yes, Honorable, but I have an information to add. It's not like I'm discussing. I'm adding an information which is important. I really request for this opportunity. To the item 4.20.
Who need your information is addressed to who?
I'm addressing the information to the chair because she's the one that presented the report. That is, we need to have this information so that we can discuss this report in an objective manner. Please.
Honorable Gladness.
Yes.
You don't have the floor. maybe you can
Oh,
discuss
no.
with your chair. Then she will, when she'll have to reply, she will consider that. I give the floor
Sorry,
now.
Right Honorable Speaker, because this information will help even the others who are discussing it. I'm actually giving an information to update on the issue, and it's quite relevant given the situation that is ongoing. Kindly, I will appreciate if I'll be heard. I won't take long, just to update on a very important issue. Yeah.
It is the speaker who has the floor, not the chair.
Thank you.
And you have
Yes,
to,
I'm updating you, Right Honorable Speaker.
you don't have the floor, please behave. I give the floor to Honorable Matthias, then Honorable Gideon, then Honorable Caroline, Honorable Francoise, Honorable Clerk, get to the list. 1. Clerk, take the list. Get the list and give me the list. I wish we could give the floor to six members. And chair of the DGP, when you get your floor, you will take the information from your member. Honorable Chair of the Count Committee, when you have to reply, we give the floor to Glenn to give you the information. So we go with Honorable Matthias, then Honorable Gideon, then Honorable Caroline, Honorable Francoise, Honorable Amongin, Honorable Siranda. And that's all. Honorable Matthias.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, I start by appreciating the team of composing the account committee for their work, which is really very insightful and which inform us on the weaknesses, but also some positive results that our community is gearing towards the fulfillment of our mission. I also, Right Honorable Speaker, wanted to congratulate and thank both the chair of the council and the Honorable SG for their tireless endeavor. They have been with us since yesterday, from morning to evening, and I would say that this institution is being born again. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to underline 2 major points which have been raised during this report. One, it's about the non-compliance, the non-implementation of previous recommendations. Right Honorable Speaker, this is a matter that this assembly, this community should handle really in a matter of seriousness. If people don't comply, if people don't want to implement the report, the recommendation provided by an audit account committee, those people should be held accountable. We shouldn't even be, I would say, we should name and shame them, because enough is enough. We have seen this several times, and I think, Right Honorable Speaker, it is high time that the Council, the Secretary General, really take this into their homework. Second, Right Honorable Speaker, I wanted to talk of the inadequacies in the monitoring and evaluation, which has been raised in this report. I think this, Mr. Speaker, emanates from the way the institution itself, I mean the Secretariat, is built. I want to know, and I would even advise the Secretary General that they introduce a kind of dashboard within their office, their institution. This will help to monitor day by day, month by month, the performance of each institution. We shouldn't come here and report on weaknesses. Let's be proactive and create this unity. And why not, right, Honorable Speaker, Honorable SCG, create a kind of SPIU, a single project implementation unit within our institution. These are the modern tools of monitoring and evaluation. This may help the ESC, its leadership, to work against results. With these few ideas, right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Matthias. Please, Honorable members, try to brief because some members have been here since 8 months and they must be tired. You know, this report, as the one we had for financial year 2023, there's some recommendations that have made on that one. If you have new ones, be direct so they can allow us to maybe to conclude. Honorable Gideon. 2 minutes.
Really brief, given the situation that we are in. Mine is not a very big contribution. I'm just making a recommendation in terms of amendment. If the chair would accept it, and then it is fine. Because all the recommendations in this report, the report is well done. Thank you, Honorable Chair, and your committee. But there are very good recommendations down there in the report, like all those other reports that we have adopted before as a House. I bring this because we have seen a promising engagement between us and the Council and the Office.
So go straight. You have
my recommendation is like this. But I was looking to where there is a general recommendation, but this is, I put it as a general recommendation that the committee recommend to the Assembly to develop a matrix of all motions and reports adopted by the House to fast track the implementation of resolutions and recommendations by the Council of Ministers. We have passed, right, Honorable, very many reports and motions, but we don't have them in terms of fast tracking. We can use them when we have a whole matrix. We can prioritize them. We can use them for oversight. We don't need to look for new topics for oversight. These reports and motions will give us big business in terms of oversight. I submit, right, Honorable, I support the report.
Thank you.
And I ask my colleague to adopt it.
Thank you, Honorable Gideon. Yeah. Now, Honorable Caroline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to debate this report despite the late hour. Mr. Speaker, sir, when I look at this report, it's exactly the same issues that we were debating yesterday.
Yes.
Yesterday, the issues are really the same. And yesterday, when we looked at the chair mentioned that the ESC approved budget for this financial year, year ending 2024 was 117 million, slightly higher than the 2023 budget. But the budget expenditure is even lower, 64% compared to 67% in 2023. And what this shows is that things are getting worse by the year. Not surprisingly, the report mentions that the performance of organs, institutions, projects continue to decline. This should be viewed alongside the broader operational challenges highlighted in the report. And most of the things that are in this report are the same things we mentioned in the general purpose report in the morning, in the early afternoon. So the major constraint, as I finish so that I don't take long, is again the significant outstanding partner states contributions, long outstanding VAT recoverables from partner states, but all the things we mentioned in our report. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I believe all the recommendations that we gave in the general purpose report earlier today, if they are implemented, we'll be taking a long step forward to also addressing the issues in the audit report. I submit.
Thank you for being brief. Honorable Francoise, please be brief as others.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I also try to be brief in the interest of time. And I'd like to appreciate the Committee on Accounts for the well elaborated report, but also for the hard work that I've been doing in a very short time, Mr. Speaker. Mine is just straightforward because I'm on page 23, whereby I want to highlight something of delays noted between bill enactment by the Assembly and the assent by the Summit. I know we already tackled this when we were talking of the bill of CTI committee that was not assented to, and it was a council bill, but allowed me also to bring the matter of private members' bills that are not really given due attention, yet they are important, and they are enacted on oversight activities from the field with evidence-based policies and laws that are needed in the community. If you can say, Honorable Speaker, the Audit Commission noted that 19 bills had been enacted by Parliament in prior years, but not assented to by the Summit as at the 30th of June, 2024. This is really a crisis. Remember, legislation is our first core function. I can't believe reading through this, that our bills are not assented to as if we are just joking and not giving value for money. So I think this is something we have to look into and fix it together with the Council of Ministers by looking at these bills, tracking them, bringing them back, especially that the treaty provides for any bill that is not assented to should come back to the Assembly with instruction of why it was not assented to by the head of Summit within 90 days. So these are just three months. But you will find that some bills have been in the shelves. I don't know since when. Since I joined this Parliament, I'm serving my 8.5 years, like it was mentioned with Honorable Tongo and Dr. Makami and the others I'm just mentioning. So I think this disease should stop and be treated with a surgery that is given due attention, Mr. Speaker, because we can't proceed like this. Otherwise, we are just not honoring the reason why we were voted, because we are the voice of voiceless, and also want to make sure what we do, because this is an account committee. We are giving back to the community, and this is the taxpayers' money we use. When we do what we call public hearings, we use money. We spend a lot of money, and this money comes from taxpayers. So I think, Mr. Speaker, I would like to recommend, as the committee recommended, that you look into this and this task be given specifically to the Committee on Legal Rules and Privileges to look at this and give this House back as a report and special recommendation to the Council of Ministers. I'm a member of Legal Rules and Privileges Committee, and with other colleagues, I think we'll find a solution together, report to the House. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will submit.
Thank you, Honorable Francoise. Now, Honorable Mongin, be brief.
Speaker and honorable members, I would like to just raise 3 issues. But before I do that, I commend the chair of the Public Accounts Committee and the members, because the recommendations they already came up with are very smart. But we are also privileged that we have had our chair of Council of Ministers seated here from the onset, and the Secretary General. So I would like to encourage that the Council of Minister chairperson encourages participation of ministers in our sittings of parliament so that whatever we debate here is able to be discussed at their councils and taken action. The other issue that I wanted actually to highlight, most importantly, is what Honorable Humukiza has mentioned. From the time I joined this parliament, apart from the annual financial bills, I have nothing to report when I get back home in terms of the accomplished bills of this house from 2022 to date, meaning that this house is a legislative body, not advisory. Therefore, I would like to call the Council of Ministers to expedite the process of enactment of the bills that are passed by this house so that they become the instruments of the East African community as acts of the East African community by the heads of states. And then two, Right Honourable Speaker, I would also like to call upon the Council of Ministers. The good thing, the Secretary General is very determined to prioritize and recognize that this parliament is still very relevant and very important in terms of the arms of the East African community. And therefore, the sittings of this house should also be given priority, not to just be determined in terms of us and when. For example, we've just been here for 8 days, and they are not enough in terms of the business that we have to hold. So, in a nutshell, prioritizing the sittings of members of parliament so that the business of this house is able to impact on the East African community members. And lastly, it's very important, the outcomes of the heads of state summit resolutions were very clear on the measures that should be taken to address issues of remittances, because the recommendations that have been raised by the Accounts Committee will not be implementable if we do not have resources. So, Council Chair, it's important to look at the smart ways of ensuring that our member states commit. I wouldn't love to see a situation whereby one of the member states which has already ratified the East African Community Treaty exits because of sanctions. It's important that we take aggressive but diplomatic measures to ensure that there is at least commitment in terms of remittances, even if the remittances are not paid at once. But you can see commitment in terms of what the member country or member partner state is able to remit. Otherwise, Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members, I would like in a special way to congratulate the chair and the members of the Public Accounts Committee. I beg to move.
Thank you, Honorable Mongin. The two last ones, Honorable Sianda and Honorable Aisha. Be brief.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. You can see the importance of this report. I want to appreciate the chair and the entire committee for the very good job, because matters of figures and scrutiny require a bit of time. They're not just to come and speak and go. Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate the chair, Council, and this commitment. That bench is full, but you've equally represented all those. And we believe that this matter entirely rests to you. Right Honorable Speaker, public accounts is fundamental and it's a backbone to the financials of the community. It is a mirror. You may not like it, Right Honorable Speaker, but it's a mirror on how you look like. And what did you collect? And how did you use it? Was it according to the law? Does it give trust for people to continue giving you? Right Honorable Speaker, what this report shows us is that we have lost trust that people can continue giving us the resources. And this is a mirror that this report is giving. And I want to appreciate the Audit Commission. I mean, it takes a lot of time, but I think also this report should have come a bit even much earlier so that it informs. You saw what the chair was saying, that some of the things we have already passed. You see the queries that are already here. So it came a bit earlier. They would have informed the SG that generates and council that generates the budget so that by the time we do appropriation, we take that into action. Maybe we will have because like I said, it's a mirror. It looks at you when you're going to the donor, and the donor has already given you 300,000. You have not used it. Honorable Speaker, will you go to another donor tomorrow once this is put? So I think, yes, G, I trust that you have a lot of things. We have thrown a lot for you, but you know that God assigned that you are the one that will be seated here this right time for you to be steering these processes. When Parliament speaks, it's not saying that Eala is here because they were talking because they want money. No. When you look at how much money has been lost, ideally it's not even with Eala at the end of the day. So, Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I think for me is to implore and appreciate that we have been mirrored on how you look like. If your head is big, then you trim your head depending on how I've done mine, because I know that my head fits the shape that I have tried to trim. Right, Honorable Speaker, what we have at play is the question of when you look at the surface. Specifically, if you look at page 4, we have a report that is called 5. But when you go deeper, this same report, however, there has been an opinion of the performances that continue to decline. Right, Honorable Speaker, this should not be a ritual. When you read the report, you say, do I have a letter? And I am also an accounting officer in my own way. The first thing when the auditors come, I say, do I have? And I use public funds as the Secretary General of the oldest party. But the question is, how do I implement what the auditors have been in position to see, so that we don't continue seeing the inconsistencies, the same things, the procurement processes, even by court, surprisingly, that should be at the 4th stage. But I'm not saying that the ones, the processes. So I believe that we need time to appreciate, give the time, our new chair council the time to appreciate how we are moving, and then we'll be in position to make meaningful and usage of this report. Finally, I would love to just improve. I don't know if Honorable Mchiza will feel good, that things like those of not assenting, you know, assent is not delegatable. Assent is purely a duty of the heads of state. One time there was a partner state that refused to assent, and who refused? Not the head of state, just the minister. Moreover, the ambassador refused assent. Ambassador, a duty which is not delegatable, I consulted with our chair then. We have allowed the undermining of the process of a treaty which we have committed. Now, when we say that some countries are not purely committed, we are asking that maybe the council can do the role. An ambassador, not even a minister, refused assent. And we suffered for a whole period because there was no communication, because they did not have powers on terms of how do they refuse assent. Honorable Council Chair and SG, I think we list down what are these bills that have not been assented to. So because they are just a number, but they are not specifically which one and what were the issues, so that we get back to the House. And I think SG, maybe with the clerk, can also participate in the role so that we get clearly and the details. What were the issues? Can we address those issues? Otherwise, we'll be rendered irrelevant. That's why people can think Parliament can be done without, because even what you pass, Right Honorable Speaker, you've been seated here for hours trying to do the job. And after doing the job, nobody cares about what you've done. I think for me, going forward, this will help us so that we know exactly where were the issues. Recently, there was a bill that came to our House with a partner state. They came to our committee. We were in Nairobi. They consented. We came and passed it here. Now they are saying, the same partner state, that there are some issues. After consenting, the minister was there, consented to our committee. We came here. My chair, Ngole, was here. He consented, and the chair consented on a lot of other issues, even the ones that we hadn't agreed. But for the good of going, the House consented. Now I hear that that bill
has not been assented to because the same country still has issues. Right, Honorable Speaker, going forward, I think we need the Council of Ministers. I'm sure they have also done their role. It's not their duty, but to continue whipping and maybe briefing and debriefing our heads of state continually, because I know their spirit is bigger than the technocrats that sometimes are bigger even to meet. I beg to submit, Honorable Speaker, and appreciate this good thing. It is a mirror to us going
Thank
forward.
you. Thank you, Honorable Silanda. Now the last one.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And I would like, first of all, to thank the committee for the good report. And I'll be very, very short. I am on the page 12, whereby the committee was recommending to enforce accountability measures, especially for Eala, where we're implementing the audit. This shows somehow the weaknesses in the governance, but also where we're talking the financial management, which is also not efficient. But at page 18, I am really surprised to see the account committee giving a recommendation adding the council to strengthen the Eala oversight mandate. And then here I would like you to come back to the submission of Ambassador Matthias, where he was asking the dashboard. But I think this House also must urge the account committee to go and make an oversight in Eala in our institution to see really what is going on. Because while we're talking about the implementation of audit committee, somehow we need a third part which can help you to see how those recommendations are putting in application. So I would like you to ask this House to ask the account committee to go inside the Eala and do an oversight for all activities, and maybe we can give a good way of implementing this recommendation from the I submit right now.
Thank you. Now we go to the French.
Eala.
Now we go to our Honorable Chair and SG. Honorable SG, do you have something to say? If you can, Honorable Chair.
The Secretary decided that we have had, and we are going to most of the recommendations, let me say, or most of the recommendation that they came August, and the most important one that you're exploring the possibility of having a dashboard where we can see the status of information law. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable SG. Honorable Chair.
Well, the Speaker, other members, I want to thank the members for their contributions, their recommendations, and provisions. Just a few issues. I welcome the proposal by Honorable Francine that perhaps the Legal and Rules Committee should examine the situation surrounding the non-assent of this for a long period. I'm also intrigued by this, but the practicality of it is that you carry a set of bills, one capital. If there are 2 years, you also carry the other capital, then another capital, then another capital. Now there is capital. So I think we have to examine how that can be done. And also we have to require machinery. I don't know what other machinery we have because the bills are sent to our ministries and then we send them to the head of state. But I think we may have to design other methods of following up on how they are done. I would encourage other ministers to attend. By the way, they were all invited. The invitation should all of us. But I'll make a circular, remind them that they're also supposed to attend the Eala that they had come. Now, you know, when you're going to demand money from the head of state, it's complicated. He or she may avoid you, knowing the reason they're coming. But I think that one of the things I want to do, and which I've been doing with the head of state of Uganda, is for him to engage with colleagues, certainly with a small problem that we address. So there are many methods we're trying to do to make sure that money comes in. But overall, I want that we are committed, and we really want this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Now we go to the move of the motion.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity again to come back on the floor to make some clarifications on the few issues which have been raised. Honorable Matthias talked about implementation of previous recommendations. I want to add that it's true. Some recommendations have not been made, but some have been made, like in the report of 2023, we had the issue of short-term staff, but now it's not appearing because the short-term staff were stopped. So it's no longer an audit query. And on that very note, still I want to remind you that our committee has the power to drop a query as long as we get satisfactory answers. Another issue was from Honorable Gideon. He recommended to the committee the issue of matrix, to recommend it to the Council of Ministers. In our next recommendations, in our next reports, I think we shall read. It's something which is very important. Honorable Carroll talked about the declining budget. Yes, it's true. That's why we have put much emphasis, and we have even shown so many matrix showing the variations of the declining budget. And then Honorable Francoise has talked about bills. I know she's somebody who's very interested in bills, and she has so many bills which she wants to be assented to. But in our report, indeed, we asked the Council of Ministers to write a list of pending bills and even give the status of those pending bills. Honorable Jacqueline, also the same. She talked about remittances and also bills, and the same issues have been talked about much by members, and even in our reports we have emphasized because we realize that those are the biggest problems that we have in the EAC. Dr. Seranda, he has talked about the gaps. He has talked about that we've given you an insight of what EAC is, and it is true. And as a community, we even said that accounts committee needs to be meeting with general purpose committee before the budget process, because we can give an insight of the issues concerning organizations and projects. For example, in allocations of funds, we can advise on institutions which are not doing well so that they can be given or not given funds. So I think it's very important that the General Purpose Committee meets with the Accounts Committee. Yes, it is true, because in their report, they talked about giving some project more money, and yet the project which they are recommending to give more money, the last money that was given to them was never put to good use. Another issue was from Dr. Arusha. She talked about doing oversight to Eala. Yes, it's true. We should do oversight to our own and also EAC, especially in the areas of implementations of the recommendation. But more important, we realize that the projects of the East African community, they are having so many projects, but those projects don't have an oversight component that Eala, we don't do oversight on them. So we request that the next projects that come to you, Chair Council, ask the project managers whether they have the Eala component of oversight, because it's very important.
Thank you.
I'll go straight to the members who have contributed. And members, if your issue has not been addressed, I refer you to the detailed report. It has all the answers. I'll go straight to the members who have contributed. We have Honorable Jacqueline Amongini, Honorable Mashaka Ngole, Ambassador,
Mashaka Ngole.
Ambassador Matthias, Honorable Gideon Gatpan, Honorable Carol Kayonga, Honorable Francois Umukiza, and Honorable Seranda Gerards.
Thank you.
And Honorable, oh, Dr. Aisha, yes, I even, and Dr. Aisha. And of course, but I'll thank them last for the answer. In a special way, I want to thank the Chair Council. We've been with her since morning. And I also want to thank the Secretary General. We have also been with him since morning. That's why some members have referred to this day that it's a new beginning of EAC.
And the clerk.
The Right Honorable Speaker comes the last. Members, allow me to go straight to the committee members who did great work to make sure that we produce a very good report. The committee members, Honorable Babide Veronica Kadogo, Honorable Rosa Kolo Kulo, Honorable George Odong, Ambassador Fatuma Ndagiza, Honorable Clement Musanga Batwale, Honorable Francine Zana, Honorable Dr. Bulo Mpendo Desire, Honorable Model Bumbu Joseph, Honorable Kaumbo Kwara Gerardine, Honorable Fatuma Abdallah Kange, Honorable Mohammed Nadra Juma, Honorable Dr. Gladness Selema, Honorable Sadia James Sapit, Honorable Dr. Uda Jeremiah Odo, Honorable Dr. Gabriel Galanga Hel, Honorable Gabriel Untazirana, Honorable Dr. Said Chibeya, Honorable Kathe Kenzimana, Honorable Winnie Odinga, Honorable Kennedy Kalonzo Mushoka, Honorable Hassan Omar Hassan, Honorable Abdul Rahman Bashir Sharif, Honorable Falma Ahmed Noor, Honorable Ambassador Zahara Ali Hassan. And in a special way, allow me to thank the Speaker for the excellent work, and the Chair Council, Secretary General, the clerk, and all members that have been here since 8 a.m. This shows how supportive you are to the EAC integration agenda and Vision 2050. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and I beg to report.
Ah, 8 p.m. We have been told that it would take only 2 hours, but it has been 6. So, honorable members, I now put the motion is that the report of the Committee on Accounts on the EAC audited accounts for the financial year ended 30th June 2024 be adopted. I now put the question. Those in favor say aye. If the contrary say nay, the ayes have it. With this, honorable members, I adjourn the House to Friday, 26th June at 3 p.m.